All right, all right, all right. Hey, Matt, how are you?
Oh, you started. Right. Hello. How are you
Yeah,
doing?
yeah, not bad. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. I
Yeah,
was just watching the YouTube, just waiting for it to come on there, and then heard you in the background. But yeah.
awesome.
Oh,
Yeah,
cheers.
oh yeah, yeah. Cheers. Cheers, man. A little bit of the ultra violence.
Yeah, Moloko
Moloko.
plus. Yeah,
Moloko.
or Moloko Velocet.
Velisette, yes.
Mm.
So what's new? What have you been up to?
Oh well, I got my car fixed.
That's right.
Got a
Yeah.
new gearbox on it, so went out for a big explore yesterday. Only ended up doing well. We did two places, one of which I can't publish
Yeah.
for unknown reasons. Well, actually, I haven't sent you the video of that, so you'll kind of understand why I say, yeah,
Okay.
something a bit untoward happened. So we won't be publishing that one for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
You gotta love those yeah,
it,
those
it, it's a
uh,
classic. Trust me,
really?
it's a
It,
classic.
it beats the COVID farmer dude.
Did I have a COVID farmer
No,
dude?
no, that guy. Remember, you went to that farm thingy or whatever, and the guy got in your face. Get out of here.
Oh
He was
yeah, yeah.
literally spitting in your face, pretty much.
Yeah, he was coughing when he was going.
Yeah, coughing on you.
I've
Yeah,
got,
yeah,
I've got COVID. I've got COVID.
yeah, yeah,
That's right. Yeah, yeah. I forgot about him. Bloody hell.
yeah.
Yeah, good
Uh,
memory. Yeah, I forget some of these experiences we've had. We maybe should do a bloody reel of all the nightmares we've had over the years.
you should do a best of, yeah.
Mm.
Best of fails or whatever. Best of yeah, should have been a good explorer, but yeah.
You'll have to be the producer because I obviously won't remember all these things that have happened to me. So yeah,
There we go. We'll put together a best of
yeah,
the secret vault.
yeah.
I did message Mr. Wills, see if he wanted to pop in, and maybe we could talk a little bit about the the Congress farce, if you
That would
wanted
be
to.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty interesting. I mean, I've been watching a little bit more. I've had time to watch a lot. I haven't watched a lot, but I've been sporadically watching it and just going, oh wow, man! It just I love how they're saying, when you try to get down to they're trying to get down to the meat and bones and stuff, and it's like, oh well, I can't disclose this in an open air environment. Behind closed doors, though, we could talk, on several things. That's just,
Mm.
oh, it's
I
ridiculous.
I'll send him a message as well, just in case he kind of kicks him into action.
Okay.
It's a Friday night though. He could well be down the pub with his mates.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's possible. Mm.
Yeah. I know it was short notice. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna do a Friday night. Why not? I've got some time. I'm not doing anything. I work today. I'm done. That's it for me today. Hey Mick, how's it going, man? Mick Spanner. Yeah, so that's yeah, that's it's amazing how, when you think they're going to like share something, it's like, oh sorry, I've signed a non-disclosure and a binding contract. I can't say anything in front of
I
it, it
know
it's
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 getting old.
ridiculous. Yeah. It's like, come on. I thought this was supposed to be, this transparency thing was supposed to unfold, but there's nothing transparent about this at all. It's just the same old rhetoric.
I to sum it up, I just think they talked about stuff they've already said before in other places, and nothing new was presented at this one, and they were just like spinning wheels basically. Yeah.
Well, I like how they're like really pushing, like, okay, so are you telling me that you guys have evidence of non-human, entities or whatever? And sort of skirting around it, and yeah, well, they were collecting, stuff from I think what they said, Area 51 or whatever, or or no, it was another one I can't remember, but they're basically saying that what they collected from the wreckage was, they couldn't describe it being other than non-human or whatever. Hey Dylan, how are you? So
Yeah, and I mean, there's much better people. I mean, that they could have brought to that meeting, such as James Lukatsky, who
yeah,
was he's a doctor, and he wrote a book called Skinwalkers of the Pentagon,
yeah,
and that the reason for that title is because he was doing research into Skinwalker Ranch for the government through Bigelow Aerospace, who are
yeah.
sort of like in the ranch, and they haven't published their results on that. However, Lukatsky wrote a book talking in general about UFOs and a little bit of Skinwalker Ranch, and he said that he knows firsthand that they have a UFO and they've been inside it. So, like, I never heard anybody say anything quite as revelationary as that at the Congress hearings. And you would have thought that somebody who's going to be saying that would have been better than somebody who was just repeating what had been said in the previous hearings. And
Yeah.
hmm,
I mean, has there been anything that you've noticed or heard that's okay? Well, this is a little interesting
in the
in
hearings?
this round of hearings. Yeah,
Not really. No, I
no,
mean it was just like no disrespect to Admiral Gallaudet, but it seemed like he had one story
yeah,
about a UFO incident which came up on their secret military network as an email, got deleted because they weren't meant to see it. It was like, ooh, hush, hush, not supposed to be on the network, so it got deleted. And he was at a Congress hearing, and he kind of repeated that story. Oh, I saw an email and it disappeared. I saw an email, but it disappeared. So there must be somebody who knows more about the email, but it disappeared. And it's like, yeah, yeah. Well, it's not a massive story, is it? Like, it's yeah. And then there was also a different hearing. Did you see the hearing from Arrows? new chief of Arrow, the Old Domain Anomaly Resolution Office guy, the new guy who's in there.
No, I don't think I did.
Because there was an armed, what do they call it? The armed, sort of Senate hearing. So it's kind of like the military side of what
Yeah.
they're doing. So that congressional hearing was kind of like the public side of
Hmm.
it, even
Hmm.
though there were people who were from the military and NASA who were there. But that's the kind of public side. Then there's the now we invite in the military side to see what they're saying. And this was the guy who was representing them, and he was basically sort of like shutting it down again. He was going like, "Oh well, we're here to find out, the answers to these things, and we had this one, and it turned out to be balloons. And we had this one, and it turned out to be birds, and we had this one, and it's just like shut it down, shut it down, shut it down, shut it down." And then they did kind of say, "Well, but there are some that you don't know what they are." And he's like, "Yeah, but but we're kind of like, you know." finding out the answers, and it's often we've even managed to find out what one of the famous ones, like there's the gimbal, the go fast, and
Hmm.
the other one, and he's like, oh, we've managed to find out what one of those is, so it's like shut it down, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, they're playing games again.
That's it. Playing games. It's oh, but we don't want to disclose this stuff because it might frighten people. Come on, seriously, in
Yeah,
this day and age, that's such old hat now.
yeah,
I mean, people aren't easily frightened like they were back in the 50s and 60s.
yeah,
It's come on, seriously, and you look at all this stuff and go, how can there not be something nefarious going on? And, well, not necessarily nefarious, but out of this world, like not common to this world. I mean that there has to be something, and for the longest time, I mean, we're talking decades, years, like thousands of years, hundreds of years, that this stuff has been going on. And of course, only in the last 100 years or so, 150 years, we've had that kind of the know-how, to document this stuff and kind of better understand it. But still,
yeah.
like, seriously.
I mean, there was this talk about this Immaculate Conception program
Yeah.
that, but again, they mentioned it, but didn't have the goods on it. It's kind of like, it's like saying, well, we're sure there's stuff going on in Area 51. It's like, well, you can say it all day long, but if you don't bring anything forward to kind of prove it. So
Yeah.
they've got these people inside of whistleblowers,
Yeah.
who won't come forward to Congress, but came
Yeah.
forward to a journalist and said that this thing called Immaculate Conception exists. Now, there are in place, as they actually said this at the Congress as well. They said that we have in place provisions for whistleblowers to come to us, Congress, but they chose to go to a journalist, and then the journalist kind of is acting as a buffer, but then there's no proof because these people aren't putting their names to saying what they know. Even though there are protections for them to do so, they're doing it kind of like behind a shield. So it's almost like, well, you might as well just write it in a UFO book then and publish it, because there won't be any proof. It'll just be written in a book.
I mean, what I mean, say you're part of the panel, like the Congress, sort of asking the questions and going, I mean, what would you want to, like, ask? What would you say? Okay, look, at I want to know, give me the information on this, what you guys know on this particular sort of aspect.
Well, I would be saying that somebody should have the authority to go to, research some of these places that have been pinpointed as holding UFO stuff. Somebody should be going in to look around Lockheed Martin,
Mm,
which has been named. Somebody should be able to go to Area 51 and have a
yeah.
look around. You know, um, Sorry, just let the dog out. She's
Yep.
just messing around. Go on then. But there's various places where these things, Wright Patterson Air Force Base, Foreign Technology Division, wherever they keep these things. Uri Geller was recently surprised everybody, and I mean, he's gone up in my estimation a lot since I've done some research on Uri Geller, because he was involved in the remote viewing project way back, and was tested thoroughly to a scientific standard. And I mean, that proves that remote viewing is real. You know, people can do that. It's a thing. Now, we were expecting him to talk about remote viewing when he went on, uh, what's his name? Ross Coulthard's show.
Mhm.
Ross Coulthard had him on, and he revealed for the very first time that he met Werner von Braun,
Okay.
and Werner von Braun took him to underneath Goddard Space Flight Center to a freezer compartment and showed him alien bodies.
Wow.
Now there you go. Now, I mean, it's a pretty big claim,
Hmm.
but there's somebody with first hand. Now, this is the thing people say is like, oh, well, where are the first hand witnesses? You've got David Grush saying, um, oh, somebody told me this stuff. They work in the military, and we'll bring them forward inside the military. But those are first-hand witnesses that he should be bringing forward. Well, you've got a first-hand witness there who's gone on a TV show and said, "I saw the alien bodies." Uri Geller, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people are going to go, "Oh, it's Uri Geller. He's just a magician. He's just a sleight of hand man." He's not. There's a lot to the Uri Geller story that people don't know, and if you don't bother to go and read a book on it, or do some research on Uri Geller, you won't understand. There is a lot more to his story. But he came out and said, "I was taken and saw the bodies, and they were different types of bodies. It wasn't just one." So Uri Geller was blowing the whistle there, and why not bring him before Congress? And he could say, this was the building. He described the building. He described where it was. I'm a first-hand witness. I saw
Yeah.
this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the Congress, the sort of Congress hearings, if you will, they're just literally bringing people in that have been contracted through these various like Bigelow and so on and so on and so on. And they're only taking what they're saying to heart. But yeah, exactly. Why not bring in a guy like Uri Geller? I mean, what? Yeah, why wouldn't they bring in a guy like Uri Geller?
I think because there's a controversy factor that people will go, "Oh, look who they just brought in," But the thing is, it's like he's a witness, and his stuff has been scientifically validated to a high standard. I mean, I think there's a resistance factor for people to want to believe in the paranormal.
Yeah.
And when you bring up a figure like Uri Geller, he becomes the poster boy for, oh, not that guy, oh, you can't believe in this shit because he's involved in it, and so I think there's probably that sort of factor to it. But I mean, has Louis Elizondo, who was there,
Mm,
has he seen alien bodies?
yeah.
No. They want whistleblowers. Does the NASA guy have any information on alien bodies? No. David Grush says alien bodies have been recovered. Yeah.
Hmm.
So Uri Geller's the witness who's actually seen them.
Yes. Like again, this goes back to a lot of stuff that's being okay. Look at when they're getting down to the hardcore questions. It's just being waved away. Oh yeah, we'll tell you behind closed doors. I mean, even so, how far will they go and say, you know, make these claims that are just out of this world in front of the like in an open air sort of environment, like the hearings,
I mean,
you know?
when are we going to find out what they talk about behind closed doors? I mean, 30 years,
Probably
40
never.
years time,
Yeah.
it's like, what's the point of all this behind the scenes discussions?
I
I
don't
mean,
know if I mean I
mm,
what sorry, I watched the little a little clip there of when Trump was on Joe Rogan's show there, and Joe Rogan was asking him, when you were first in office, why didn't you, make the JFK sort of files kind of, why didn't you bring them to light?
yeah.
And the UFO sort of aspect of things. And he's saying because there was people still alive that it would affect, and so on and so. It just wasn't the time. And now he's saying with this round, he is more than willing to open these files. Like but I mean, again, is he really going to do that? You know, he says he is.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, if we're all still alive.
Yeah, exactly. The way things are going, man.
Yeah. And that might be an interesting one, because I mean, maybe if the world does start a nuclear war, maybe the aliens will step in and stop it happening. I would hope they would do something, because they've shut down nuclear weapon sites in the past. So maybe if somebody does want to start a nuclear war, maybe a load of UFOs will turn up and just shut all the nukes down.
Yeah, yeah. This is, far more different environment than the last World War II. The power now is just incredible. But I mean, why wouldn't they have interjected with the H bomb? I mean, during World War II, and them dropping them on Japan the way they did. Why wouldn't they interject with something like that? Because I mean, that was a major um, turn of events, right? I mean, that affected the world.
I know. I've thought about this many times. Why didn't they intervene then? Maybe it was because they were limited range weapons. That
Mm.
by today's standards are quite small,
Yeah, yeah.
and you're doing a limited drop of those weapons, and that then would kind of alert the whole world as to what the potential of this could be. And then of course we've developed things that are thousands of times more powerful than those
Mm.
bombs,
Yeah.
and now we're in a completely different sphere. I mean, you could drop, you'd have to drop tens of thousands of Hiroshima-sized bombs, but you probably only need to drop a couple of hundred of the current grade standard of bombs to kind of end humanity.
Yeah.
But mm,
And I mean, when you look at all the models of how things would kind of unfold if that was to happen, we're talking about a lot more than 100 missiles
mm,
being scattered throughout wherever from the U.S. to Russia, China, whatever, and then Russia into to the UK and North America and the U.S. Obviously, it's I mean, realistically, yeah, life would be literally wiped. I
mm,
mean, honestly, the destruction would be just so far gone that even if you do manage to survive, what's the point?
it's not going to be very nice.
Yeah, it's not.
Mm,
It's not. So what if you got that fucking, that underground bunker that can withstand whatever? But yeah, sure, you're only able to stay down there for so long, and then you're gonna have to come up sooner or later. And even so, oh man, yeah, exactly. Coming up, you're gonna die. You're gonna
yeah.
die. I mean, what is it? What are we talking, like hundreds of years before anything's back to normal, if it ever does regain back to normalcy, right?
Well, yeah, it doesn't look good if that happens, but I don't think it will happen. By the way, because if
No.
people have been following the news, my personal projection is that that won't happen, because the people that control these things, they're too greedy, and they don't want to lose what they've got,
Yeah.
and it's a suicide thing. If you start firing nuclear weapons, it's going to be game over for everybody. So I think they're too selfish. They like saber rattling,
Yeah.
but
Oh
they're too
yeah.
they're ultimately too selfish to do it, because they know that's the end.
Hey there,
Their
Betsy.
life is over. Everyone's life is over, but their life is over as well, because they're not going to live in a bunker indefinitely.
No.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's insane to think. I mean, honestly, you know, if anybody out of all the leaders in the world, I think the only one that I could see doing that, stupid enough to do that, is North Korea's leader, if
or
anything.
Iran,
Or
perhaps,
yeah,
because
yeah,
they're
yeah,
working on a religious kind of mindset. I think Russia isn't working on a religious mindset, which is good because they're going to be thinking on in terms of winnability. What are they going to get from it? And they're not going to get anything from it. I think Iran, they're definitely a country that would just say, "Hey, let's send everybody to hell, or heaven, or let's just kill everybody because then, this is we've achieved God's purpose or whatever." Yeah, they're the crazy ones that I wouldn't like to have
yeah,
nuclear
yeah, yeah.
weapons. Even Kim Jong Il, I mean, he's a greedy fat pig. Look at him. I mean,
Exactly.
if he starts a nuclear war, he's not gonna have any food. He's not gonna have any more donuts.
Gotta be.
So he's not gonna be interested in doing something that's gonna like affect his food supply, is he? So
Exactly. Oh, man. And I mean, when you look at a guy like that, he- all of a sudden he dies. I mean, is there going to be somebody there to take over for him now?
well,
That's
it'll family, isn't it? It's very nepotistic over there.
yeah. But I
There'll be
mean,
another family member.
yeah, true. But I mean, are they, in this day and age, even though they try so, hey, Budacris, even though they try their hardest to sway and keep the Western and democracy ideas away from the people, but it's leaked in. I mean, we know that it's leaked in. I mean, people in North Korea see how the South Koreans live, and they're probably jealous and they want to have that. A lot of them probably want to have that, but you know there's obviously the devoted people that, like, hey, I love how things are here. I mean, sure, he's a bit of a, like, a control freak, but at least I have a job or whatever. I don't know. um it's obviously not the best type of communism there. I mean, it's far more you know stricter than say China is, but whatever.
Yeah,
Ghosts. Ghosts Paranormal. What's up? How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, it's insane, man.
but the UFO hearings, I mean, they don't last long enough, and they don't present enough evidence. I don't think it's just it's not going down the route of how are we cracking the egg? How are we getting this information out? It's a lot of people sort of
Jeff.
dangling carrots, but where's the proof? Again, it's kind of like
Hey, Frank.
those people in Congress should be demanding the answers. I didn't see anyone banging the table saying, like, hey, I want these answers now. Yeah, they were going like, oh well, I'll get in trouble if I say immaculate conception, so I'm going to say it now, immaculate conception. Yeah, but saying it is not doing anything to get it, is it? I mean,
No.
you could sit there going, I know the name Immaculate Conception,
Yeah.
and it's like, but you're still not getting the access to it, are you?
No.
And if you are behind the scenes, we're never going to know about it. So what use is kind of bringing it out in that setting? Because it has to be brought out for the public. The public need to know. And I thought the NASA guy was kind of funny because he was saying, oh yeah, we'll be the guys who'll look into this in the future and keep all the records, and the public will have access to everything. It's like, well, the public should have had access to it already.
Mm.
Is it not a case of like going forward? Going forward, we'll keep the records. It's like, well, yeah, they've kept the records, mate. Let's have access to them. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm.
But I don't know why I keep going back to it, but I just find it so hilarious. Going back to the Congress hearings. I just, hey, Barry, I just honestly cannot fucking, the one guy, the one dude there, this guy here. Let me just pull it up here. I can't remember his name. Hold on. Let me just pull it up here. I'll play a little bit. And
It's Michael Schellenberger, uh, Gallaudet. Was it
yeah.
Jim Gallaudet? And can't remember the. Well, there was Lou Elizondo, and then the guy. They
Elizondo, that's the dude. Every
yeah,
every question the guy was asked.
yeah,
Oh, sorry, I can't. Yeah,
that guy. Yeah,
yeah. Sorry, I can't disclose in an open air environment. I'll have to talk to you.
yeah,
We can talk behind closed doors.
yeah.
Oh man, come on, seriously?
I mean, be the whistleblower.
Yeah,
If you know things that you want to put on the table, then put them on the table. Be the whistleblower. They said that there would be protections for people who wanted to come forward with information. They would be protected. There you go. Come on, Lou. You want to be the whistleblower. Don't sort of say, well, there's stuff I could talk to you about in private. It's like, no, the stuff that you know, isn't sensitive from a defense point of view, then talk about it.
yeah,
You're there. Now's your opportunity. Just go, hey, everyone told me I wasn't supposed to say this, but damn it, I'm going to say it because there's supposed to be protections for me. Let's test that these protections are real. Here it is. Bang. And he worked with James Lukatsky, so why wasn't he mentioning James Lukatsky said there was a UFO and we've been inside it? None of that was mentioned. It's never been mentioned. It wasn't in the first. It still hasn't been mentioned. The guy's written a book about it. The book's been cleared by the Department of Defense clearing office, and they said, yeah, you can say that.
yeah.
If you want to say that, that's fine. They've already said we don't have a problem with you saying this. So why not say it? Why not get somebody
Exactly.
to say that? And they said, oh, James Lukatsky said he didn't want to go to Congress because he actually thought it wasn't going to make much difference. I.e., he's a bit of a pessimist in terms of, he doesn't think it's going to make things move quickly. But you don't have to have him there if he doesn't want to be there. You can say this is his name and this is what he said. And he's a first-hand witness. He didn't want to be here, but you can subpoena him for the next Congress meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. So why now is all this being talked about officially? What's the reason? It's true. What's the reason? Why now? Why is it necessary to you know, open this line of transparency and let's get dialogue going. Why not? Why didn't they do it, 20 years ago or whatever? Why now?
Big question. I mean, I don't know why they've held on to this secret for so long, but I guess it might have something to do with wanting to get the technology up to a point where they can use it
Yeah.
before anyone else uses it. But I mean, we're talking like 60 years of knowledge of this subject, which they held back, and they don't want, you know, people to know. I mean, you're talking like 1947, big wave of sightings started 47. What's that?
Yeah.
50, 60, 70, 70, 77 years now. We've been waiting for them to be a bit more transparent on this subject. you know, it's a long wait.
Exactly. Oh man.
And I mean, if they've got alien body, I mean, Jim Lukatsky says they've got the craft. So obviously they've been flown there by something.
Yeah.
Uri Geller says he's seen the bodies. So if they've got dead bodies, it probably means there's live bodies.
There was there was one story that was shared about this big orange orb, and I can't remember who shared it, and I'm like, wow, because I remember the experience I had about 10 years ago, and driving home, and just seeing these. There was about a collection of three or four of them in the sky above Lake Ontario, and they were doing all sorts of weird, like literally zipping around, and they lower, and then they go higher in above the horizon and just zip around, and then two of them disappeared, and then I got to an intersection, and I said, this is probably about 2-3 o'clock in the morning. So I mean, it was pretty dead. There was no traffic on the road, nothing, so it was easy to see these. And I pull over to the side and I'm looking at them. I'm trying to film them with my phone camera phone, shitty one. Didn't do a good job, but I got something. But it just amazed me how quickly they were moving. And it wasn't like they're, people say, "Oh, you saw Chinese lanterns." No, I mean these were literally, like literally, zipping around. They weren't like slowly lowering down, like, you know, poof. Hey, ma'am, how are you? And it's funny because I remember a friend of mine who was going to work around the same. He was going to work, and he had noticed this stuff, and he literally called the local military base airport there, and literally, asked, "Are you guys conducting any exercises in the area or above Lake Ontario or anything like that?" And they're like, "No." It's not like they would let him know anyways, but they're like, "No, no, we're not." And it's just, and I've heard so many stories of, that are so similar to that, like from around the world, and it just seems to be, I don't know, some phenomena that, these orange orbs, you know. So I and we're talking about long before fucking drones were a thing. I mean, at least in the commercial sense, So who the hell knows?
Well, I saw a ball of light. Well, I shone a very high powered, like million candle watt light,
Yeah,
big like searchlight beam, and at a helicopter that was chasing a ball of light, and
yeah,
this ball of light was going, doing circles around the helicopter, and it was turning around, trying to sort of like to sort of face it, and it was sort of like when it was turning around, the thing was jumping behind it, and then it was going in front of it, and it was sort of zipping around, and then it sort of shot off.
yeah,
And we pointed the light at the helicopter. The helicopter was really pissed off and came and hovered over us. It was fully armed military helicopter with missiles and on the side of it. And we then drove up a hill to see if we could see where this ball of light had gone. We saw
yeah.
it going through the fields towards Pewsey, which is a village.
Okay.
And we was like watching this. I was trying to film it. It's crap footage. You can kind of see a little bit of a light. It's in the noise. You can kind of like, in the noise. There's a little something in the noise. And it's not very easy to see what it is. However, this went across to Pewsey, and because I was kind of fixated on that, I didn't notice what was up there in the background, because above Pewsey was this gigantic saucer, like grey thing, and it was hovering above the village of Pewsey. The ball of light went up into the bottom of it, and the whole thing just shot up at high speed. So, I mean, I've seen enough in my time to know this stuff is real.
Yeah.
I've seen enough stuff over the years, and if nobody's going to tell me that this shit isn't real. Some people who watch TV programs, they might be kind of like, oh, sounds like a nice story, but I mean, there's first-hand witnesses to this sort of stuff in the military, and there's a lot more that could come forward. I don't understand why we only have a handful who are prepared to testify before Congress.
Yeah, it baffles my mind. Why? And again, yeah, we need that whistleblower. We need that one or two whistleblowers that say, "Hey, look at no, enough's enough. Enough's enough. We need to get this information out there. I mean, people need to know."
I mean, David Grush was very brave,
Yeah,
with what he said. But where are all the other brave men and women of the military? And where are they? Because where's their moral fiber in covering up this mystery? Where is the if they know something, they should come forward,
yeah,
and they should Yes, it might mean that you're going to kind of your military career may not advance because you've kind of done that. But
yeah,
I tell you what, you probably get a very good job with somebody somewhere else, and they'd say, we're hiring you because you've got high moral fiber to have said what you said and come forward, and there would be plenty of people out there who would be prepared to hire you. you know but it would be very awkward for the military to chastise you if you came forward, because they're supposed to be the whistleblower protection. So come forward.
Well,
don't
yeah,
don't be a pansy. Don't be a baby. Come
yeah.
forward.
I mean, they're literally. Hey, Carl, how are you? They're literally saying what they're sharing what you want to share. You know, so why ridicule them? I mean, there's no reason to ridicule them. They need, if anything, to back them up, support them. I mean, this is what everybody wants. Everybody wants disclosure. Everybody wants the truth, the transparency. Look, we have the right to know what's going on. In a lot of cases, we already know what's going on, but we just want to have it verified, right? A lot of stuff verified, but it doesn't mean we know everything, because we don't, and that's what we want to know. I mean, we have the right to know this stuff.
Storms, radios, and cats says, "Come forward, you dirty wankers."
Yeah, yeah.
About sums it up, really. Yeah, yeah. I couldn't sit on something like this. If I was working in the military and I knew something like that, I wouldn't want to sit on it. I wouldn't be sort of like, oh well, I'm supposed to keep my mouth shut and that's all patriotic. I'd be like, fuck this job. I'm coming forward. Fuck them.
Hey, Nissan. I know. Yeah, me too. But why? I mean, obviously, there are people who have known stuff in the past that feared for their lives because they felt that, look it, if I share this, I'm a dead man or dead woman. I'm dead. They'll wipe me from the face of the earth if I come forward. Right? Hey, run.
Yeah, Melissa, that is the boys. The boys.
The boys.
The boys. Yeah. Brilliant TV series on Amazon.
I have to catch up on it, man. I mean, I've watched the first 2 seasons. I gotta finish it off.
Yeah, but yeah, back to the point. I mean, pensions. People talk like pensions, job career opportunities, security classifications, which mean they can work in other industries. You might lose your security classification. It's like, would you really want to be part of a government that was keeping a secret like this? Screw your security classification.
Yeah.
Do you want to be part of a government that's lying about something as big as this?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think the big thing too is, for crying out loud, we can't step on the toes of religion here now. Oh, there's another,
I think it'd be a good thing, actually, because it would just make a lot of crusty religions have to sort of wake up and smell the coffee.
Yeah, wake up. Let's get a. I know this French guy. He might have a really good take on this. Let's see. Jeff, how are you?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah.
I've
Hey,
seen
Jeff.
in my how are you, Matt? I've seen in my lifetime a couple of things that I can't explain to this day, and lights in the sky more than once. I remember one time I was 15, and those 4 lights were going like in a straight line, but they were perfectly aligned, and all of a sudden they all went different ways. With okay, we're all a bunch of friends, kids, like what we just saw. And like we're like jumping around, like, hey, we saw aliens. But
maybe that's
you're 15,
maybe that's where Elon Musk got his idea for Starlink.
I don't know. And one time, my girlfriend's upstairs, and still, when I go to my sister's house, we still talk about one event that happened in my sister's backyard.
Yeah.
We're waiting for the fireworks here in the Saint Jean Baptiste,
Hmm.
the National Day in Quebec,
Hmm.
and we're in the backyard of my sister's, and all of a sudden I see a light, and I thought was, when you see a satellite, you see that non-blinking light going and
Hmm.
at a pace, and that light went and by. It's like, okay, that's non-humanly possible. The
Mm.
guy would be muscly. He would be jello because the physics made that the G forces and just the changes of the directions. It's non-humanly possible, and yeah, it's and don't tell me in that whole universe
Yeah.
that we are the only freaking monkeys on a rock somewhere in that universe. It's like, come on, stop thinking in one fucking dimension. I'm sorry.
Well,
Big
no, it's
word.
true. It's true. I mean, like, yeah, it's so true. I mean, we don't know. We can't. There's a lot of things we can't perceive. So, I mean, who's to say that things have not come to this planet and we have no idea because our perception isn't hasn't evolved to understand what they are.
We can even be fucking guinea pigs for them. And I have one theory about that. It's like, all right, he created the dinosaurs, but somebody somewhere say, oh, what the fuck, we fucked up because they're all eating each other. It's like they're we wanted to create a species that was living in peace, but no, they all eating each other. So uh, let's erase it and restart. So they sent a big freaking rock on the earth, create a massive ice age. Everything that was alive died, but some of them survived. And yeah,
Yeah.
it's my take. That's my take. And my take is also that once there was life on Mars,
Yeah.
but probably our planet wasn't even born when there was life on Mars. So probably our planet was still a molten piece of lava floating around the sun, but there was life on Mars.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when you look at the links that places like say Egypt and the pharaohs had with what possibly could have been Mars, right? Something to do with Mars, that they came, an advanced civilization came here from Mars,
Hmm.
and they hey, look at this is the closest planet that is inhabitable,
Yeah,
and they their world was dying, and literally
they
bang.
sent freaking cells all around the universe, and those cells, some of them came in contact with a
Yeah,
planet, a livable planet, and a species started to evaluate. It,
exactly.
that's kind of my take. They kind of suffered not the same demise that Superman's planet had. It didn't explode, but that planet died,
Yeah.
and they decided to, for survival of, I don't know, their species, they sent kind of um, cells all around the universe, and one of them landed on the Earth when the Earth was starting to become like a bigger rock.
Yeah. I will that kind of, hey, Mark, one, it kind of leads down to the scenario that a lot of people have talked about for years, and the fact that the earth might have had several intelligent civilizations here that have died off.
Yeah.
A tragedy had happened or whatever, right? I mean, who's to
Well,
say those aren't, remnants of a, I don't want to say superior, what a superior race of beings from another planet. Who knows if that's the case? They just found, okay, well, look, this place is too rocky. I'm out of here, right? Or they just demise, like say with like the dinosaurs did.
mm,
So they say.
one of our closest cousin, he was a brother, the same species as us, but they were called Neanderthal. The Neanderthal became extinct. Why? Because the Homo sapiens were more intelligent, more evaluated than them. So
We're
that's
able
why
to
they died
adapt.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, isn't
So
Neanderthal living in Canadian forests called
no, there's one in
Sasquatch?
the
Sasquatch, yeah.
there's one in the parliament.
There's one in the parliament too, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
No,
one
that's
clean
a
cut
reptilian. That's a
Neanderthal.
The
reptilian. That.
He's a
reptilian, yeah.
reptilian,
Yeah.
yeah.
But
There's also the theory that we've been genetically altered.
Yeah.
That
Mhm.
in the past there's the missing link, and that humanity's been genetically altered, and sort of we've evolved at a much greater speed than we should have.
Yep.
yeah,
And there's an accelerated curve that is kind of like unexplained. So, and unless many generations have just disappeared into the soil, and we haven't got evidence of that, but it doesn't seem to stand up. That there are going to be all these bodies we're going to find eventually. They're going to fill in the missing link.
Mm.
mhm.
Then maybe humanity was going along. Well, chimpanzees were going along, and then suddenly, zoop, humanity popped out. Yeah.
Yeah. But I've seen somewhere a documentary about like Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, but we have a small part of Neanderthal in our DNA. It probably, I don't know, 500,000 years ago, or when they were around, a Neanderthal and one Homo sapien, well, became came together and lived together. But
I
yeah,
thought you were going to say have sex then, which they
well,
did, and they did. They did.
oh,
Yeah,
I know it's
and
it's
it
Mary. Oh, no,
yeah.
but
They bred each other out. Probably that's the most obvious
well,
explanation.
it's natural that within your species you're gonna go to like in their breathing is not in our genetics. When it happens, it's a genetic error, right? It's in our genetics. You are made to not copulate or make babies with the your kin, your next.
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
how can I explain it?
So shagging
Tribes.
chimpanzees is out then, yeah,
Well,
not allowed.
you have a troop of chimpanzees, but one the male
The
are going to
blonde
be
haired, blue eyed chimpanzee.
the good looking one. They're going to kick him out.
Yeah.
The younger male
Yeah.
chimpanzees, unless he's
No, I'm not a
alpha
Nazi, by the way, folks.
male, unless he's the alpha male, he's going to be ousted out of the troop.
Mm.
When he's ousted out of the troop, he's going to go in another troop, and it will most of other troops will accept him because he's not in the same family as them,
Yeah.
because they will make babies with him. So they go to one troop to another. They never be like the same troop. One of these days, the
Be right
male
back,
or a
guys. Getting a
female
refill.
are going to be ousted out of the troop, and they'll go to other troops, and they'll have babies with those others. So
So
I'm pretty sure.
he was a prolific shagger that was a hobo that liked to, like go around
Go around just like
shag in all the
just have
true,
babies all around it.
yeah, and eventually just like wipe all the Neanderthals out because he was just
Just
shagging
like,
everywhere. Yeah.
but it's more of like hunting. They didn't have the same hunting skills that the Homo sapiens had. Tool making. The Homo sapiens were more advanced in tool making than Neanderthal. Neanderthal dis, discovered tool making through Homo sapiens, and
Mhm.
I'm not making this shit up. I've learned everything from documentaries from people that fucking study longer time than I have. But
Maybe the Homo sapiens could have just like used Neanderthals as their slaves and just kept them on as kind of like slaves, and
I don't
you know
know. They could
it's
have.
maybe Neanderthals were like I don't know, Bill Gates or Tim Cook, and the Neanderthals were just more than happy to buy all these tools off the Homo sapiens, and
Yeah,
the
they
Homo
were
sapiens
bleeding
just kept them under the thumb and just kept
war
these
tools.
Neanderthals. I swear we've still got Neanderthals walking around amongst us now, because I see vast differences in society amongst people and kind of like traits and things, skull sizes
Hmm.
and all sorts of shit. Like some people, it's like their eyes here, and there ain't much of a skull there, and then you get some people, there's the eyes here, and the fucking skulls are fucking
Yeah,
huge.
like up there.
Yeah. So, I mean, are there not different variants of different
Yeah,
races of humans that have gone before that are amongst us now, but we don't like to kind of acknowledge it?
just take North
Yeah.
Sentinel Island. It's an island, just one island on the whole planet. In 2024, they still live in the fucking ice age. They're still living with primitive tools. Their arrowheads are still made of flintlocks. They haven't discovered steel yet. There are still freaking cavemen
Yeah.
on that island. But if you go there to study them, they'll eat you. So they're the part that survived from the dinosaurs that want to eat everyone.
Eat everyone.
So they they're the missing link,
I,
on
I'm
Sentinel
just
Island.
envisioning this video game of these dinosaurs just gobbling everything up. All the humans is like, hey, Adrian, how's it going?
Hello, hey
Frank
Mark.
Trigg says 1 in 5 people today has descended from Genghis Khan. True,
Yeah.
believe it or not. Well, he must have been shipping that sperm out mail order. That's all I can say. Yeah.
Same from with Alexander. Alexander started from Macedonia and went all the way
B, how you doing,
to
B?
Egypt. So Alexandria was named after him.
Hey,
So
paranormal walks. Yeah.
most of Egypt had Slav kind of ancestors because he came from Macedonia.
Is there a cat in the background I can hear?
No, my daughter. Just a minute.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
I thought there was a cat like in the room, but yeah, okay.
yeah, but yeah,
That got rid of him really quick, didn't
yeah, I
it?
know. But yeah, there's got to be. I mean, like, so many different races of humans. It has to be. I mean, like you said, you see certain people and you go, "Wow, this is an anomaly." And it's not that you're like gawking at them because you're making fun of them. No, you're just not because wait
No,
a
I
second.
do. I look at him
Wait,
and I go like,
what the
yeah,
what is going on?
yeah.
Like, I mean, seriously,
Mm,
you know?
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I spend a lot of time like people watching, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, me too.
yeah, but there are some marked differences in a lot of races out there, and I mean, I don't know what's gone on over the years with the way the planet was formed, and if we all came from a sort of small group that like spread out, how things have changed and sort of variances have taken place. But I mean, you got some radically different looking people and types, body types, and cranial types and things that are out there. I mean, you just look at like Chinese people. I mean, they're very short, and it's kind of like the West are really tall, and it's kind of like there's supposed to be races of people that are supposed to be real tall, like the giants,
Hmm.
and there's been skeletons found which are just absolutely huge. There have been skeletons found with elongated heads,
Hmm.
and people have said, "Oh yeah, well they used to wrap their heads to kind of make." And maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Maybe this was a different race. There's all these different races which are out there, and it boggles my mind to think, that we have been genetically altered over the years, and the aliens have been messing with our genes, and that's why
There,
you've got so many radically different types of people out there. It's an
you have,
experiment.
yeah, you have.
Matt, what do you think? Like, okay, now, getting on sort of a different sort of landscape, but I mean, the emergence of AI and, the advancement of AI and the thought that, singularity will happen within 20, 30 years or whatever else. What are your thoughts about that in explaining, alien life forms? I mean, us and where we derived from, and were we in fact a part of that sort of you know arrival? Were we the aliens at one point? I mean, what are your thoughts?
I boggle this question a lot because I've
Yeah.
read a lot about it, and it does interest me because I've got an unusual uh, sort of genetic makeup
Hmm.
myself,
Yeah.
and I've looked into this because I mean, if anybody's looked into the royal bloodlines, as they're called, or
Hmm.
the bloodlines of the gods, or alien bloodlines,
Hmm.
I mean, I just happen to be on that kind of curve
Hmm.
because I've got this blood group called the negative rhesus negative blood group, which doesn't exist in nature. It shouldn't exist according to scientists. They can't understand how it's there, and yeah, that I've got that, and I kind of think, well, we're a peculiar bunch of people, and
Hmm.
we can't breed without complications with people who don't have rhesus negative blood. It'll actually kill the baby in the womb.
Hey,
So
Eric.
how are you supposed to propagate a species if you've got like a type of genetics that won't allow you to reproduce with another people in the same species? Which is a
Hmm.
bit weird.
Frank says he's RH too.
Mm,
RH
Orange
minor.
negative.
Rh negative, yeah.
Hmm.
So how are you supposed to propagate your species if you've got a blood type that won't allow you to have, like children with people who are non that blood type? That's weird.
That is weird.
We found a way around it now with medicine,
Yeah.
but you know, this would actually, I mean, if I was to try and have a kid with somebody who's non, like normal blood groups, uh, the baby would end up being stillborn. It just wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Melissa says that she's an alien as well.
Yeah,
Same. Yeah. Uh,
yeah.
but again, like we, I mean, do you like, diving further into that? I mean, do you think AI will give us answers?
I don't know.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I think AI will help, yeah, a lot. It'll uncover a lot of mysteries, and yeah, we'll be able to use it as a tool to kind of discover patterns and things that humans wouldn't see. I definitely think it's going to help. So we're coming closer and closer towards answers. I mean, whether these answers are going to be what people want to hear, or is another thing. because I don't think people are going to want to know that. I mean, people don't even want to know about the blood types. You know, I mean, I found this with the COVID thing. I mean, people were going like, oh, COVID, and it was like, well, nobody talked about the blood types because apparently my blood type is the least likely to get COVID. So, maybe if there was a world killer that killed everybody, maybe it would be my blood type group that would actually be the survivors.
Yeah.
I thought it was because I was smoking too much weed.
Okay. You had a slight whitey moment then, was it?
Yeah. The COVID was always high, so it wasn't sticking.
But that's so true. I mean, a lot of people haven't got a fucking clue what blood type they are, period.
I know. I've asked a lot of people, I always do. It's one of my questions I ask people, not because I'm kind of like, are you alien like me? So we can get into kind of like the Invasion of the Body Snatchers type vibe, like, it's not, but I'm just curious. And a lot of people don't even know their blood type.
No, me, I know it because I had to know it because of the army. They have it to write it on your doc tag. So, because if you found you and you need transfusion, so they'll just check on your doc tag.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm completely universal positive, can give blood to anybody because the fact that I'm negative means that it's a universal, and O is the main blood group that is universal. So I'm doubly universal, can give blood to anybody.
I'm O positive.
Yeah.
You're O positive.
Yeah.
Which O is the most common blood group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
positive, I think I'm a universal donor, I think. Yeah.
Steve says he's mongrel blood. He's got mongrel blood.
he's longhorn breed.
But sometimes people, it's sad because they don't realize that history has to do with what we are today. It's where we live, what we eat. Like Matt said, it's surprising that a species that started from one place, like they call it the basin of humanity near Africa, but they all spread out and they went out all around. And we had some glaciation period. So some of them passed away because of the cold. Some of them had to adapt and survive to the cold. And they went around and discovered some new subspecies, like the Neanderthal that were around, but were living more in the northern part where it was cold, because in their morphology they were made to live in the cold space, large nostrils, deep
evolution,
little eyes, so evolution, so when we spread out, we became what we became because Homo sapiens discovered other subspecies of Homo sapiens, and everything spread around.
I'm with Rick. I have beer blood.
I got coffee blood now.
and like Asians, Chinese people, and Asian, if that's not considered racist to say that, sort of like Chinese, Asian, Taiwan, sort of Thailand, all those sort of people, they don't have the genetics to be able to drink beer and alcohol like we do. So they literally get pissed incredibly quickly on a small amount of alcohol. And
just like native here in Canada. Or native, they weren't used to alcohol. It's when the white man came, they introduced
firewater.
Yeah, and still to this day, why do you see pissed Indians all around reservations? Because they drink the small amount of alcohol and they're pissed.
Hey, glam lad.
So
That's why
Yeah.
they ban it up in like Inuit areas and amongst
yep,
Eskimos, like it's highly regulated because it's yeah.
it's forbidden. Certain communities, it's absolutely forbidden. If you're caught with a bottle of a beer or anything, you can get fined and get jail sentence.
Mm.
Because in certain communities, one bottle of alcohol can mean death.
Hmm.
Because some of them become violent with alcohol, and so yeah.
Well, it's not only that; it's food too. I mean, some of the foods. I mean, you look at the skyrocketing rates of diabetes
Hmm,
in Native Canadians. You know,
sugar,
they're not
increased
used to this. They're
no,
not used to that sort of. You know, I mean, I don't. Nobody really is, but I mean, especially them, because I mean, they've had that natural regiment for years, for thousands of years.
yep, meat
I
and
mean, we
everything.
gotta thank those English for bringing the sweets over. No,
The only sweet that the native had was the maple syrup they were making,
yeah,
because
Mabel's.
it's through the native that we discovered that nature was providing sugar
You mean the maple
naturally.
crack?
Yeah. Hmm.
It's amazing. It's amazing how many people steal that shit, man. Holy crap!
And the one in Quebec, I've talked to people, and everybody tells me that the maple syrup that we have here in Quebec is like really special.
Mhm.
And every time I go to Nova Scotia, my friend, can you bring me a little can of maple syrup from Quebec, please? Well, no worries.
Well, I know a guy. He moved down to Dallas, and he lived here for years. And he comes up every month. He'll come up once a month just to buy some maple syrup from Quebec, right? And he'll bring it back to Texas, and they're like, "Oh my god, this is so fucking good." You know, it's like crack. It's like,
Liquid gold.
well, I know in Kentucky for the longest time they had to ban the Nestle the liquid coffee shit that they had. That liquid coffee, I forget what it's called, Nestle something. And literally it's like a liquefied coffee, right? An iced
Okay.
coffee sort of thing, right?
Okay.
And literally people were fucking drinking it like there was no tomorrow. It was almost like a high, and they banned it in the state of
What the heck is this?
Kentucky because no
Kent-
Kentucky because of it. So a friend of mine is like, "Hey, yeah, you guys sell that stuff up there? Yeah, yeah. Why, you want some? Sure, no problem." Send them down 5 bottles, even though it's
You're
banned.
making me interested now. I want to try your maple syrup.
Oh, it is good, Matt. It is really good. Like the from Quebec. It is really good.
I'll send you a 10.
You know
I've
what?
sent a 10 to
You
Sam and Jess, like I think 2 years ago. And,
Yeah.
Sam was like ecstatic. He was like, "Oh, I have maple syrup every morning." And Jess even took one of the tins, and she did like a flower pot in it.
It's good stuff. It's good
I
stuff.
tell you what, you send us a maple syrup, I'll send you a Stonehenge piss water. Puddle water. Okay? Freshly collected by my own hand, you know.
Well, I know
After the festival, there'll be loads of piss puddles there, I'm sure. So I can collect some and I'll send it over to you. I'll
I
drink
refrigerate
some
it.
of the maple syrup and let it filter out, Matt.
if Carl's come to Canada soon, yeah, I'll pack one suitcase for him just with maple syrup.
Well, we'll have to ask him on Friday. Yeah. By the way, Matt, next Friday, right? Carl,
Carl from
Oh,
right?
Dark Arts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Okay. I'll have to put it, it might already be in my diary,
yeah.
but
And
I'll just,
yeah. I
Melissa's gonna
had the chance to meet him. Like we had the chance to work together in
Gettysburg, right?
Gettysburg.
I've got it
Yeah,
in my phone already. So yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. It was in the making because we were supposed to meet 2 years. ago when I was in Portugal, and it didn't happen because I injured myself, and they they ended up, I think, with food poisoning or something. They were like all sick. Steve Ronan was sick. Carl was sick. Seven just were sick. Everybody was sick. Like, and it was during the heat wave in Europe.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
It was insane. But yeah, we met and we talked about like Canada and the places we have here, haunted spots. And he said, "Oh yeah, yeah, I have to go to Canada." Yes. And
You actually met them in what, in France or somewhere, or
no, we were
Gettysburg.
supposed to meet in Portugal, but when they were in the U.S., we met in Gettysburg.
Yep.
Sam and Jess?
No, no, no.
No,
We
no,
were
no.
Oh,
supposed no Sam and Jess. We were supposed to meet up in Portugal,
right,
but
yeah.
during that trip with Steve Ronan and Carl, because I was pinning them abandoned houses in Portugal. I was walking by the houses like, oh, that's abandoned. There's a pin.
Uh,
I didn't
So
realize you were their secret pin source, but yeah.
secret pinner.
yeah, in
Secret pinner.
Portugal. No,
How,
but
how,
I'm
how,
planning to go to. I was planning this year, but didn't happen. But if because my father is in a class act here we have in Canada, you know, Steve, the class act about against the cigarettes.
no.
No, but they like there was a big class act across Canada against the cigarette makers, people like dying of cancer and everything, and they won.
Yeah.
And went all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, and cigarette makers that were told like, no, you got to pay. You know you were putting that shit in it, so you got to pay. So there were, I think 2 or 3 months ago, they announced that they were like uh, giving out, I think, around $35 billion out of payouts to families and people that passed away of cancer.
Mhm.
So my father passed away of cancer, and he was on that class act, and
Oh wow.
so my sister and me were waiting for 100 grand.
Yeah.
Bloody
So
hell.
So currently waiting for it.
yeah, but
Oh
we're
wow.
waiting for it. They announced it, like they went on TV with like the lawyers and everything and say, okay,
Thank,
we're gonna pay.
thanks, thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, the unfortunate part is I lost my dad to cancer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would take more my dad than the
Well,
50
yeah.
grand.
How long ago was this, Jeff?
Uh, it was a long time ago because my dad passed away 2011, so 13 years
Oh
ago.
wow. Okay.
It's gonna
Wow.
make 14 years in 2025, and I think he applied on the class act. I think probably 5 years prior to that, so it's close to about 20 years in the making.
God, I know it's a
So,
long time,
oh
isn't it, to
yeah,
go through court?
yeah, yeah. Oh, and they tried everything not to pay out. They they were trying to put themselves against like um oh, we're going bankrupt. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, cigarette makers bankrupt. Yeah, give me a break. And
Mm.
they tried everything. They went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said nah, nah. So yeah. So with that money, I'm planning to go to the UK. And now that I know that I'll have somebody will bring me around, that Carl will say, "Oh, I'll bring you around, mate," and
Well, that'll
we
cost
gonna
you
go.
100K to come to the UK with our prices at the moment. So yeah,
Yeah.
you just about manage a trip on that, I reckon. Yeah.
I'll sleep in my car. I'll rent out the car and sleep in the car.
uh,
There's no hotels in the UK anymore. It's all immigrants living in the hotels. So
just
you will have to sleep in your car, I'm afraid.
just give me the pins for abandoned hotels and everything. I'll sleep there.
Yeah,
You've been to a couple. I've seen a couple of videos of yours to a couple of hotels. Like, what the hell?
yeah,
Everything's still there. The TV was still there. The bed, the linen, everything was like,
Yeah.
All right.
I would have loved to, speaking of those, I would have loved to explore the ones that they on the lakeshore here before they put up all the condos. Holy frig, man! There was a whole bunch of motels that were seedy for years that they finally demoed and put condos up. But man, that would have been interesting going through those things.
Yeah, Melissa, I'll sleep in a tent. I sleep in a tent and then the bed plays more than the actual bed. You wake up, you're covered in bed bugs.
Yeah, somebody wants to do an explore next week, and I said, "Oh, I'll sleep in my car." Just like, yeah, it might be a couple of days explore, and I said, "Yeah, no worries, I'm going to sleep in my car." So
Well, you get
yeah,
like
it's
like
good.
kind of
Well,
van kind of
it's
car.
fucking expensive too, right?
Mm.
For a hotel, and mind you,
Hmm.
fucking some of those hotels aren't the best.
Yeah,
When I find good prices on a hotel, I will rent it. But I go around and I check and I check and I check. And if I have to sleep in my car, I'll sleep in my car. I have a freaking SUV, so just get the back seats down and you got plenty of space back there.
Yeah, it's some of them, man.
I just sleep in my front seat. I just recline the seat and just get in a sleeping bag. I love that.
Mm.
I think it's quite comfy. I don't mind. Even I'm under the steering wheels there as well. I can move around and I get sleep.
Yeah,
I'm cool. I'm cool with that.
I sleep in places that I still wonder how I made up through the night. I remember coming back from exercise the first year I was in the army. I slept in the PC kind of the PC pickup trucks with the command post, like all the radio.
yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
It's just like a bench.
yeah.
But I slept on that fucking bench like I was on fire because like I'm sleeping here.
uh, yeah, yeah. I'm bad though. I'm a side sleeper. I don't know. I have a hard time sleeping in the seat because I just can't get comfortable. And then when you wake up in the middle of the night or whatever else, and you wake up and you're in a pool of spit, it's like
Drooling.
drool.
I don't get that. I mean, I sort of like open the car door, get out, take a pee, get straight back in. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
I imagine the scene like Matt is like still like he eyes crusted, starting pissing like little old lady with her dog like "Hmm, hello.
He's out taking a piss and his eyes are half open and they're crusty and right in the sky is a UFO and Matt's not paying attention. He just yeah.
It's just there offering.
Uh,
well, I put my sleeping bag over my head and I just have a little like hole, like a
Yeah,
snorkel
yeah,
hole,
yeah.
so that my
breathing
head's
hole.
warm. And just like as long as I got a bit of air coming in, I'm all right.
Yeah, it sucks
Breathing
not
hole.
having air, Matt.
I have a thing for air.
we don't
Me and air, we're good friends.
we don't have the insulation anymore.
No, yeah.
It's like when I went to Wilson Castle last year. I slept in one of like I just picked a room. No, and the next day I picked the most haunted room in the place.
And you picked the most haunted place and anything?
Well, I heard like walking, but I thought it was the guys like walking around still investigating, but I wasn't sure. But next morning when I asked, like nobody was walking around. Like, oh, okay, that was that was fun.
I had
Wow.
a weird thing. I mean, my toilet wasn't quite like shut its valve earlier on,
Yeah.
and it was shaking all the pipes in the house. And I was
Wow.
thinking, is somebody doing work? It sounded like somebody with a like going, it was going da 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 da. And I was like, And I walked outside and I was like, no, it's not. My neighbors ain't doing any work. I'm back inside. It was just a toilet. It was just like drip, drip, drip.
Mm.
And it was like that was enough to kind of like vibrate all the pipes in the house. So they were
Holy
all
shit.
shaking because
crazy.
this little, it was making a hell of a noise.
That's insane.
Mm.
Yeah, this it's that like yeah. Here I've had a lot of strange noises that you're like, what the fuck is going on?
Hmm.
Like outside, like in the backyard, for instance. There's a crap load of raccoons.
Oh.
And literally, if like I've got the window open, you hear them. They'll climb up the top of the shed, and they'll literally like make these those weird noises they make when they're definitely like you know threat. Yeah, threaten though too, right? They make that sort of noise, and then that kind of that noise that Jeff was making is like, what the fuck is that?
And
You're
in
looking.
your area, you got a big problem with raccoons, like
Oh,
Toronto
God,
and
it's
Niagara.
bad. It's bad. It's really bad.
They'd be in the house. I'd have them in the house. It'd be like my friends, like, come and have some food, boys.
Wait a sec. How would Angel think about that?
And she'd have to get used to it. They'd be stealing the food out of a bowl,
Stealing your
pushing her
food,
out the way. Yeah.
Because I know in Toronto they were like putting around little kind of, it was food, but in the food was like a medicine, so to cure the rabies,
Mm,
because most of them had rabies, so
yeah.
they were running around yards and biting people, biting at like at pets and stuff. So it was a big problem. I know in Toronto it was a
Well,
huge
they have
problem.
that zombie disease too.
Hmm.
I forget what it's called, but they call it the zombie disease for the raccoons, and literally they go insane, like literally worse than rabies. It's just crazy the way they are. But I mean, we haven't had any issues like that with any of the raccoons here. Between the raccoons, skunks, and possums are even bad here,
Mm.
right?
Oh,
Possums
they're
are
so cute.
yeah, they're hilarious. They I remember one
They're my
when
favorite to eat ticks.
when I still had my cat Goblin. I had him out in the backyard one time, and a house cat. But this possum decided to climb the back fence along it and then drop down into the yard. And my cat's like, oh, and it's like my cat is psychotic. Was psychotic. And it started going into defense mode and hissing and doing its thing. And then all of a sudden the possum just went like,
You play dead.
honestly, it's so true. They do play dead. It's so true. Oh,
I
oh
have,
my
I have
god, it's dead. Get rid of it. It's dead.
I have proof of aliens right here.
Uh-oh. Oh yeah.
There's a movie coming out soon. Oh.
That's cool. That's neat.
Show him the force. You have to pet him.
Stop scratching the force.
Yeah.
It'll get hard otherwise.
Yeah, my girlfriend knows I'm a big Star Wars fan, so she
Yeah.
bought me that.
Speaking of death, something died and needs to be
Yeah.
rejuvenated. So
Oh,
I'll be back.
Rejuvenated. Time
Yeah.
for refreshment.
I'll be back.
Yep. So it's hey dude, I did a high school here last week and a half
Hmm.
ago. An old school built in 1875.
Ooh.
And unfortunately, I can't really go into too much details on here because they want to keep things hush hush. But
Hush, hush,
wow,
yes.
what a place, dude! What a place! I'd love to get back up there and do it again.
On the 15th of February, I'm
Uh,
going to the Shanley Hotel in
good
New
old
York.
Shanley.
Yep.
I
I
f-
just
I I miss Sal. Sal was when Sal was alive and owned it. You know,
want to
such a
come.
February 15th, huh?
Yeah, it's a Saturday.
It's quite possible. Yeah, I could do
And
that probably.
I'll have some guests.
You have some guests. Who are your
Yeah,
guests?
two charming young ladies called Audrey and Bella.
Okay.
It's my friend the Outcast. Some guys that I help here in Quebec.
Hmm.
They made me discover them, and we met them in Gettysburg. They're
Yeah, I remember
really
seeing you posting stuff on that on them. Yeah.
two charming young ladies, really into the paranormal. They are really good. And I love their style. They're real, that kind of little skeptical, little
Hmm.
you want to debunk everything.
Yeah.
That little side that I like about them. But they got that little goth kind of a style, but really nice young lady. So I'll be
Cool.
working with them. And I invited another friend.
Uh
And
oh.
if she's around, she'll be there. People don't like her, but I like her. Chris Star.
Chris Star.
Yeah.
Do I know Chris Star?
Well,
Chris
she's
Star.
a kind of a big YouTuber on the paranormal side,
Mm.
but people don't like her because she worked with questionable people.
Who hasn't? Who hasn't worked with
Well,
questionable
it's like
people? It's just,
I'll work with anybody.
mm.
Like
Michael Jackson, P. Diddy.
I mean, what?
Michael, my
There's
Michael, if I work, if he would still be alive, I would have to keep him away from the freaking heaters so it won't melt. And
you know,
Diddy, I just hate him.
yeah. I
I was
mean,
looking at M. Night Shyamalan, and he's got kind of googly eyes, and I was looking at him, I was thinking, you look like Michael Jackson in Thriller.
yeah, exactly.
check out M. Night Shyamalan and see if you think he looks like Michael Jackson in Thriller.
I love how people are like, distant. Oh my God. Whoa.
Distancing. I am the French
Themselves,
guy. I
yeah,
know.
themselves from P Diddy, and people who are in his gang, like Mark Wahlberg. They're gonna come down on you soon. Oh God.
Yeah, I was just given the dog sausage roll. She's
Oh,
stinking of urine because she urinated and slept in her urine. I've got to wash her.
oh, poor girl.
How's she doing overall, Matt? Is she doing good
Yeah.
She's all
still?
right, but
Yeah.
if you don't let her out about 100 times a day, she will just literally piss on her bed.
Oh.
Oh.
No.
But she's getting old. How old is she?
Yeah, she is getting old, but yeah, there's like, come on, you just went out like 2 hours ago. You fucking. I
That's
think she
what that,
just does it to sort of like get attention. It's like
that
you're not making enough fuss of me, right? I'm going to piss on my bed.
that's when you start pounding the beers back, so you go as much as she does.
Well, maybe I drink them, she pisses them. Right? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, it might be that. Might be that.
Mm,
Goes directly into her.
yeah. She's a bit smelly. I think we're gonna have to give her a bath tomorrow. Mm. She's mooching now on the empty beer cans on the
You
bed.
can
She's
hear
like,
it. Yeah, you can hear it. Yeah.
yeah.
So Matt, when's the Secret Vault doing a Canadian American tour?
Oh man,
Well, that would be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
That would be
I would
cool.
I would love to, but I mean, me and travel, I can't do much because I have doggy, and it's really hard
Yeah,
for me to
true.
find somebody to look after the dog, and I wouldn't want
True.
to put the dog in a kennels. I'd never do that.
Yeah.
So
Makes sense.
yeah. It would be no sausage roll parties in the middle of the night for you there in a kennel, would there? No. Mm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But if one day
But
you're able,
one day, I'm such a softie for dogs. I mean, like I said, I wasn't going to get another dog after the last one passed away, and then I got this one. So yeah,
I said the same thing after my Jack Russell. Say the exact same thing. Look at me now. I have a
yeah.
service dog.
Mm.
Uh,
Oh, what is that? It looks like a carpet.
Yeah, it looks
yeah,
like.
she's a golden retriever.
All right.
I was gonna say, look, yeah, it looks like a
It
carpet.
just looks like a rug.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's my big rug.
Yeah.
my 85-pound rug.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh.
are you not getting any foods and treats and anything? Oh my God.
Aw.
Ooh.
oh,
Oh my
Aw.
God.
Angel.
Ooh. Ooh.
oh!
Ooh.
Almost
Making
sounds
I
like a
want,
hiccup.
I want one day to go to the UK because I want Matt to bring me in his boat, in his legendary boat, to one of those ports. Do you still have the boat?
Yes, I do. And I've just had the car fixed at a vast expense, which I'm going to be paying off for quite some time. No. I've
Angel,
got
Angel.
nothing. I've got nothing now. You have to go on your bed. Go on. Go on until the show's ended, and then you can harass me. Come on. Go on now. On your bed. On your bed. Go on your beds. Go on. Go on out. Go on your
Aw.
beds. Go on your beds. Go on your beds. Goodbye. Bye. She'll be
Aw.
back in a couple of minutes. You watch
Yeah.
her. 2
this
minutes.
is this is too boring. I want to
Yeah.
get back.
She'll be back. It's usually straight away. She just goes out, turns around, comes straight back in. But yeah, but yes, I've got the tow bar has finally been fitted to my new vehicle. So yeah,
Nice.
I can now tow the boat, and I can
Yes.
also take my motorbike up to my mate to fix. It's like it's been
Oh yeah, your bike. Yeah.
it's just like a lot of things, you know. It's just like I couldn't do this because of this, and then I couldn't do this because of this. It's hopefully it'll start to come together now, and yeah.
Yeah,
Got a
and
pit.
I remember when you went to Salisbury Plains with your bike. I love that
Yeah,
because you went around. I heard so much about that place because yeah, I spent 2 months with the Royal Marines and they talked
Mm.
to me about that place like all the time. I was like, where's that? And this gentleman right here took, he made me the honor to have like a guided tour Salisbury Plain, like on a motorbike. It was
yeah.
so cool.
It's quite. There's not a lot there, and you could go and see things you're not meant to. But if I put that on film, I'd have a knock on the door.
Yeah.
So it would be kind of like, yeah, I could go up to some tanks and things like that. So they've got, that they fire stuff
Yeah.
into. But if I did that, then you've gone off it's like the werewolf movies, like stay on the roads, stay on the, don't go on the moors, stay on the roads.
But
And yeah,
that's the thing. That's the cool thing about you guys, that you have access to that place, even if
Mm.
it's an active
Yeah.
military training facility.
Mm.
But here in Canada, forget about it. Everything is fenced up. We have massive military bases, but all around it, it's fenced up. And if you climb the fence, then it's your damn problem. If it's you're not on the right spot, you can end up with a 155 shell on the nut. All right, so just saying. But that's what I was really finding really cool, because here, even like Valcartier, you go to Gagetown. Gagetown, there's a fucking highway that goes through the base, but it's all
Yeah.
fenced up.
Mm.
So yeah,
Yeah,
it
there's
was cool.
even Porton Down, there's no fences up at Porton Down. You can just walk straight across. You're not supposed to, but you could. And I'm not speaking from experience there, folks.
No, I just saw two guys one time.
Never done that.
I just saw two guys, like one living in the UK with an American accent, that just came face to face with some guys with guns. That was so funny. Oh, hello. It's with Dan and
uh,
Andrew from Proving Demons, they came face to face with some guys training. It was like, oh my god!
And it was me. It was me sent them over there.
hey, Phantoms ER, how
I
are
was
you?
like, going over there. That's a really interesting training area. Go on, it's a
Hey,
village. It's a
yeah,
village. You'll be fine. I've done it loads
Hey,
of
Wayne.
times, which I have.
Yeah.
But I did get a knock on the door from the police, and they said, "Hey, you can't go up there anymore." And I went, oh, "Okay, all right, right." Well, I can't go up there anymore, but I can send my mates up there because as long as I don't go up there, I can send my mates. So they went up there, but they met the military actually on an active thing, which I've never had there. I've never had that. So yeah.
And the flag, there was like the flag that says that the training ground is active. It wasn't up. It's supposed to
Yeah,
be up. It wasn't up.
it
So
wasn't
that's
up.
why the
That's why
guy.
we thought it was cool. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. So and that flag is always up, even when they're not doing anything there.
It's supposed, yeah, because
And
when
the
you have
one
an act,
time the flag was down, they were doing something there.
they were active because
Yeah,
the flag, it signals that it's an active range. It's the same here in Canada. When you have an active range, you have the flag is up at the entrance of that range.
yeah,
So you don't step in a landing zone, so you'll get some 105 or now they shoot with 155, so it's larger fucking melon that's gonna fall on your head.
yeah. They always warn people as well. They say, don't approach anything. If you see any ordnance, don't approach it. Don't do this. Don't do that.
Yeah,
I don't know of anybody who's actually been blown up by anything on the Salisbury Plain. It's like they say, don't do this, don't do that, don't do it. It's like as if it's something that happens every day. Like, people are always getting blown up by this shit in a plane. It's like
yeah,
doesn't
but
exist.
it's just precautionary because I know that some training ordnance they can't like sometimes misfire and the guy
Mm,
will chug it anyways. So
yeah,
we have they call it a RTSEM. It's artillery simulator, and it simulate the whizzing of the shell and the impact. But sometimes when you pull on that rope, the rope would break and the fuse won't spark. So you just like chug it away. And I remember a guy one time, he just picked it up just for shit and giggles. And the damn thing exploded right in his hand. He lost a
yeah,
couple of fingers.
Yeah.
But, that's why they say don't touch anything. You see something, just, hey,
yeah.
I think it's not exploded. And they'll send the engineers. They paid the good salary to get their fingers blown up. So,
Mm. I think if I saw something on the Salisbury Plain that looked like a missile or a grenade, I probably wouldn't pick it up.
Yeah.
yeah.
But, it's just me.
Well, how
Yeah.
how long's it been since you were last there, Matt?
Well, I live right next to it, so
Yeah.
I'm up there
Oh,
quite a lot walking the
you're up there
dog.
quite a
But
bit. Okay.
yeah, but actually going long distance across it because it's a massive distance to
Yeah.
cover. I haven't been up there for probably about a year now, but I mean, you can drive a car up there, but it's rough on the old tires because it's quite pot. It's what do they call it? It's a track. It's made out of stones, so you got
Yeah.
jagged stones, and it can be quite
So
nasty on the
that's when
tires.
you get the off-roader out. Get the old four-wheeler going.
Well,
Or
yeah,
a
you need
dirt
pretty
bike.
hefty tires and a dirt bike. Yeah, dirt bikes are the best, really. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have had so much fun there on the dirt bike. Wink, wink.
Metal
Yeah.
road.
Mixed spanners might be a butt plug. Yeah.
But that's a cool thing. It's just when you took your ultralight plane and you were filming yourself. That was really cool. That
those are cool. I like those videos. I like the
yeah,
ones
I
where
love
Matt
those.
does that.
I went to lots of places. I didn't film a lot of what I did, but yeah, I mean, I did a hell of a lot of hours. I mean, like 415 hours with, sort of flying time before I gave up the microlight. But yeah, you get to see a hell of a lot of interesting stuff up there. Things that you don't see from the road,
Yeah.
because there's a lot of mansion houses and things that are tucked away, and you don't see them from the roads. They're specifically done, like, oh, it's in a valley, or the road's here and you can't see where we live because we're over here and we're hidden. And I used to think, wow, like all these houses, like big mansion houses, and
And you never notice
you
them from the
never
road.
see them
Yeah,
when you're
yeah, yeah.
driving. Yeah.
No,
Have you found like a good explorer with that?
with
Like
flying.
with flying? No?
Not really an
No.
explore, but I've certainly seen things I've thought, bloody hell. You understand just how much money people have got when you fly,
Yeah.
because you get to see all the things they don't want you to see.
Yeah.
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 Now we can rely on the old drones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you just pop your drone. Oh, look at
Yeah.
Yeah.
that.
There's so many deals with drones now, man. I mean, drones
Mm.
have really dropped in price.
Oh
Mm.
yeah.
A lot of them have. Like now, I notice that DJI's come out with that, the virtual goggle one. What's that?
Yeah, but they had the Avara before.
Yeah,
Now they have a new one. They call the Neo.
Neo.
And
That's
the
it.
Neo,
It's like
that thing thinks for itself.
it thinks for itself.
You,
Yeah,
yeah, you
literally.
just
Yeah,
start it and follow me, and it's gonna follow you. Do circles around me, and
yeah,
it's gonna do circles, and
yeah.
it's pretty awesome.
It is a very small drone that you can't fly in high winds, but I mean,
Yeah,
it's cheap. It's light and cheap and
yeah.
small. But it's okay. I mean, I think it might have a good use for people who are vloggers,
Yeah,
that just want to film yourself when you're walking down a track or something, and
mhm.
which I hate, like always kind of setting shots up, like I'm going to send a drone up to film me walking. Then I've got to get the drone down, put it back away, and then put it in the car. Then I go and film. It's
Yeah.
always like filming me doing my thing instead of just like me filming doing it.
But
But
that's what it's made for.
yeah,
The Neo is made for vlogging for people like, especially like people like do motocross, mountain biking, probably, and
Yeah,
those kind of jogging, trekking.
yeah. But
Oh,
it's yeah. Um, not having the ability to be reliable to fly in high winds, and we're talking like, when we're talking high winds, we're talking 5-10 mile an hour. It's such a small drone, it's very low powered.
I've
Eh,
been really surprised. The last TV show was working on, we're filming at the Citadel in Halifax, and we were having, I shit you not, we're having the reminiscence of Hurricane Helen they had down south. So we had like up to 60, I think 70 kilometers per hour winds. And they had drones up. The Big Bertha, don't think about it. It was going all over the place. They had a Mavic 3. Even the Mavic 3 was like, what they shot their drone shots? With a Mini Pro 4.
mm,
It was so small, it wasn't catching any wind. They
hey
were
Laura.
doing their shots, everything, and most bigger drones were catching in the wind, but they popped the smallest one they had, the Mini Pro 4, and they were getting all the shots they wanted to.
wow.
I
Yeah,
loved it
I was surprised too.
when Matt, you're on your motorbike there. You're on your bike there, and you had the drone above you while you were driving
Mm,
down
That's
that.
one of the only times I actually bothered to try and put it in follow me mode and do it.
Yeah.
And probably like like that was the second time I flew it. The fourth time I
Laura.
flew it, it flew away with the wind. Yeah, yeah,
Oh
It flew away
no.
with the wind. Oh
yeah.
wow.
Bye. Yeah,
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
but it was pretty neat though. You on the bike, and then yeah, this thing's following you. I think you were saying something about one of the hills because it was kind of icy or snowy, wasn't it?
mm,
Mm.
mm.
And you were having kind of some issues going up the hill or going down it, one
Oh,
of
it
the
was a
two.
nightmare. I was
Yeah.
like, just like revving and skidding and skidding and skidding, and
Yeah.
I wasn't
Yeah.
getting up the hill, like, Yeah.
It's like the tire wasn't gripping anything
Oh
because there was anything to grip on. It was
no,
like
no
just mud.
it's bad going up the hill. Try coming down the hill because then you can't stop. Like, oh,
No.
horrible.
The Mini 4 Pro is way more stable
Yeah.
than the Mini 2. Yeah,
That's
I
what I
have to
heard.
invest in. I haven't got a drone yet. I still got to get a drone.
Because I got the Mini Pro 3.
Yeah.
And one time when I went to Indiana, I was getting my drone shots for the Blackford County Jail and the Monroe House.
Yeah.
But that day was like winding, probably at least 30 to 40 kilometers per hour wind.
You can get
And me, the idiot, I sent it really high until on the screen it was doing flips. And it was like, okay, I was to bring it down. It's like it was giving me warning that the winds were too strong and the thing was doing flips.
you can, oh boy, you can get a Mini Pro Fly More combo with DJI RC2 HD video camera, two extra batteries for 14.29 on Amazon.
Yeah, that's the big package, and you have
That's the
the
combo package.
RC2. Is it the one with the screen, or is it the
Yeah, it's
old?
the viewing
Yeah, it's the
yeah.
newer version, and that's the n- more upgraded version. I have the RC1.
Yeah.
It's pretty decent. The screen
Looks
is
pretty cool.
it's really big compared to a cell phone. It's a
Neil,
bigger screen.
Neil wants to know how important, Matt, is your drone for scoping out sites. I mean,
Not at all, really. I mean, I usually decide where I'm going to go before I go there, and the drone is literally for just illustrating the
yeah,
shots of when I'm
Yeah.
there. Um, yeah, I don't use it to kind of work out whether I want to go to a place. But I mean, apart from when I get there, sometimes I'll fly the drone before I go in. But the trouble with that is, if there's anybody realizes, oh, somebody's got a drone, then they're going to know somebody's going to try to get in.
Mm.
So I tend to film with the drone after I've been in, simply because I don't want to let people know I'm there. So
Yeah.
well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you really have to watch too with some of the shots, right? Exactly. You have to be careful with your edits, especially you don't want people to know certain things about the location and so on and so on. Yeah.
Especially when you're exploring, and
Mm.
and when you do the kind of exploring that Matt does, you don't want certain places you want to keep hush hush because
Yeah.
as soon as the place gonna get out there, it's gonna get trashed.
Yeah. Exactly.
Unfortunately.
Well.
well, the way I kind of figure it is, I've done that with crop circles. I've hidden the location by pointing down just at the circle. But with
Mhm.
the way I film mostly is that I tend to sort of I go around and then I do a big pan up and zoom back so everyone sees,
Yeah.
the location. But I mean, if you're good, where I figure it is, if you're good enough to work out where that location is based on just looking at the drone footage, you probably deserve to go to it, you know, uh, because you obviously know your shit pretty good if
Yeah.
you can work out where it is. And yeah, I don't mind people kind of working out where places are. I don't describe some of them in the location. I just say like Bristol. But if somebody goes like, "Hey, I know that place. Oh, look, I get that. Oh, I see where he is." I'm like, "Yeah, you probably deserve to go to that location, but not for the general public. I don't want the general public to know, oh, that's the location. But
That's
if
the
you can
place.
work it out from the drone footage, yeah, you're good enough
You
to, yeah,
deserve it.
you deserve it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. I mean, you always have those idiots that decide, oh, let's, hey, Matt showed us where to go, and we're going to go there. And we're going
Yeah.
to trash the place,
Mm.
right?
I just love
There's assholes like that. There's plenty of them out there.
I just love the shots that it does
Oh,
for
amazing shots.
for especially in our field, like when you do an investigation and you want to present a place, drone shots are always the best.
Oh, amazing, man! Especially in full HD, 4K, whatever.
Hey, the door is opening.
What's that?
You got a four-legged ghost coming.
Oh yeah, he's coming.
He
Yeah, he's
said
coming
it.
back. Yeah.
Hello. What do you want?
Aw,
What
angel
do you want?
baby. Aw,
What do you want?
aw.
You think I got something? What have I got then? I've actually got some. I can give you some peanuts. Come on, then.
Some peanuts.
So you can have like a peanut-filled poop later on.
It's like this guy here, man. Like I like the guy using who's working the drone. He's an amateur, but he does a half decent job. But I mean, he does a fairly good job. Let me just I keep going to this one here. So it's absolutely fucking beautiful, man.
First thing I noticed is he hasn't put on his smoothing on the gimbal, so
Yeah.
it's going.
Yeah,
It's going.
yeah.
Yeah.
But he's not. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's learning how to use it. But I mean, fuck, just the footage is just amazing.
Oh yeah. I can put out some footage I have.
There's at one point, Matt, where he actually hit the tree branch.
I crashed mine.
Yeah. Well, he almost crashed it. He recovered it quickly.
Oh yeah, it went down the tree. Like,
Yeah.
Oh look! Apparently, this is drone footage, folks. In case you didn't realize. Yeah.
This is actually on a ladder.
Mm.
It's on a very big ladder.
Yeah, he's got a big jib arm with a dolly rail. He's got a kilometer of dolly rail.
You gotta love those dolly rails, man.
That's the worst thing about doing low down shots. Look how close he is to those trees underneath him now. Yeah, is you just don't know. You forget what's behind you.
Yeah.
And you forget what's to the side of you. So when you come down low, you are risking everything.
Watch a lot.
Oh. I don't think he's dialed in his curves for his throttle. It's all kind of like woof, woof, woof.
Yeah.
It's
jagged.
Yeah. But the thing is, that's the thing you don't get on the minis. You do not get. You can't adjust the curves for your braking, for your acceleration, for your throttle controls, and you don't have that kind of fine control then, that very, very fluid control. Like, see, it's like woof straight in, because it's like that control, you can't kind of like tone it down on the controls.
And
I believe this is a Mini 2.
The Mini 2, yeah. The Mini 2 and the Mini SC were like that, but the Mini Pro 3 and the Mini Pro 4 are much smoother.
I was going to say, he survived.
Yeah,
he survived it.
So Ghosts got him there.
Yeah.
It didn't freak him out enough to think, I'm going to bring the drone home to check the propellers. He's like, I'm going to carry on. I'm going to carry on.
Curiosity killed the cat, right?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
And
there you
you
go.
don't want to hit trees because
No.
you get your propellers stuck in a tree,
Can I
and
show you that drone
yeah,
shot?
Yeah, go for it.
you're not getting your
It
drone back if your
Oh,
drone is stuck up there like 60 feet up.
yeah.
this I wasn't supposed to have. I had my drone was already up until somebody said, "Hey, get that thing out!"
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep, this is the RMS Queen Mary.
Oh,
oh.
nice.
And that was like the last shot.
Mm.
And then somebody said, "Get that thing out of here."
Yeah.
Did they
But
have a legal right to tell you weren't allowed to film there, or?
that because it's considered like a venue, like a stadium or something like that, because
Yeah,
it's
but
now it's a
it's going to
hotel.
be the amount of people, you know.
Yeah, I know, but it's a California law, and I
Mm,
didn't have any warnings of everything because you'll see in the background, you'll see all the shipping ships.
Yeah.
The port is just back of the camera.
Yeah.
So I didn't have any warning saying, "Oh, you're in this restricted airspace."
Oh,
mm,
yeah. Well,
So,
you have an app that shows you, don't you?
well,
mm.
and the Mini Pro 3, because it's under 249 grams, you
Ah,
have a security in your drone if you're in a restricted airspace.
yeah.
If you're in the red zone, the drone won't even take off.
It won't
If
even take
you're
it.
in the red, like kind of stripe zone, you
Mhm.
have to get an authorization, but you'll have like because if you're near an
It can only
airport,
go so high.
yeah, you'll have
Yeah.
like a ceiling.
Yeah.
You can't go above that ceiling. You'll be so if you go above that ceiling, the drone will come back automatically and won't take off anymore. So
But all
Ah.
three of us should be okay because we ain't got no hair, so there's no hairspace for us.
yeah, that's because of the aliens. Last time that he
The
told me.
aliens.
Yeah.
Uh,
So yeah, so that's the Queen Mary. I took another shot right here. Come on.
Oi.
I have
No.
another cool shot that I took going up in the woods at the Insdale house.
ooh, that would be cool.
Yeah, yeah,
The Hinsdale house?
that's a really cool shot.
I
Where is it?
bet.
That's my stomach.
That's, that's your stomach.
Yeah.
That's a creaky stomach.
That's my chair.
One of the first places I took my drone when I got a drone, I was like, I want to do something that's going to be really memorable and
Mhm.
mean something to me, and I took it to
Oh.
Watership Down.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, which is the original location where Watership Down was shot, and I was like trying to compare it to what was in the cartoon to see
Yeah.
if there was any sort of like, if did it really look like that. And I found some places, including the farmhouse, which really did look like in the cartoon they'd actually done their research. And but anyway, I was flying it up over a forest to get like this shot where you saw the downs appear, and I was like, so fly it up over the forest, and it just went boo and just like tumbled into no reason, it just decided to freak out and just like fly, and it fell down into the forest, and it took me about an hour to find the bits of the drone, and the battery had detached off it and
Oh, wow.
bounced into the undergrowth. And the reason I found it is because the battery had a light on it, was still flashing. It was like beep, 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 like error,
Oh,
error,
yeah?
error, error, error. And it was just flashing. And I found it took me about an hour. Never found out why it crashed. But I mean, I've had a few, mishaps with drones over the years, just going AWOL and just deciding to fly off by themselves. And yeah, that was one.
But you would swear by DJI though, right? Pretty much.
I mean, if DJI are flying off 1 in 100 flights, then I'm sure everything else is flying off probably 1 in 20 or 10 flights.
I mean, realistically, are there any like comparable drones?
No.
No.
I think DJI have the market. That's
it.
They're the top. Yeah, they're the top of there.
Plus, I mean, you could probably say, oh, there's some sort of like military drone that is so amazing, but it's like, yeah, but it's 50 grand. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like DJI is the democratized drone for the people.
Yeah.
That also does the job and can be quite relied upon.
And made in China, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I've had the Phantoms. I used to make my own drones years ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they're very short, like 8 minutes flight time, and quite big, like 6 blades, like a hexacopter.
Jeez.
And I've had those things flying along, and then decide to go funny and actually do flips in the air, and they're fucking big, like a big drone. Whoa. And it's doing flips in the air, and I'm like, Jesus, I have no control, and it's fucking flipping.
So you built this thing from scratch. I mean, how did you build it from scratch?
Buy all the tubes and buy all the bits and pieces and the brain and the batteries and the propellers.
So
I got a box of propellers up there. It's like every propeller known to man.
So this is something you knew you wanted to build, a drone.
Yeah.
I mean, what made you want to build a drone though? I mean,
crop circles, because I got I finished doing my pilot's license because I went all the way to getting my license, but never did it because it was quite expensive. And then I thought, crop circles, right, I'm going to finish the license. I'm going to finish it. So I finished it because it was a way to fly and take photos of the crop circles we were making. So I finished it off doing that. And then I thought, I really want to do video. Like I want to do really nice flybys and things like that. So I thought, well, a microlight, it's very shaky. Your camera work is always shaking and crap. And I thought, well, drones, this looks like a good thing. And the only drones you could buy were handmade drones. DJI didn't exist back then. So I had to make a drone to do that. And I experimented with non-GPS systems where you could fly it, but if anything went wrong, it would fly away. And then I went and I just thought, DJI actually produced a module which had a GPS in it. And it was like when you could make your own drones. So DJI started off as a make your own drones company.
Yeah.
Before they started producing all the kind of like ready-made, just put out the box, it goes. So I put the brains of that early DJI system in, and it was like, brilliant, revolutionary, really good. But still had a few manic moments with them over the years. But yeah,
I bet. Well, yeah, especially building it from scratch. You never know, right?
Yeah,
like the guys in Ukraine. That's where they're doing right now. They're printing most of their parts and
with 3D printing.
Yeah, they're 3D printing their own parts, and they're building their own drones.
That's crazy, eh? It's amazing.
China are providing Russia with the commercial kind of drones. The drones that the Ukrainians are using, they are commercial, but they are sent by people that bought them like on Amazon and sent them to units over there. But like the kamikaze drones, they all built by the Ukrainians, and they even purposely build one. They call it the Vampire, and that one can carry up to 4 freaking mortar rounds.
Jeez, look at this, man. He's got a gold mine of propellers.
Yeah.
I got 10 by 4.5.
Trenchula, how are you? Yo, Gareth.
I got 9 by 5s. I got carbon 11 4x7s. I got look really big 12 by 4.5s.
Wow.
I got 8x4 5s. I got
You can open up your own store, Matt.
yeah.
Jeez.
I got like carbon fibers, plastic. Jesus, I got
Holy crap.
and I got more in here. These are all 10x5s, HQ ones, but there's all different types in there. There's plastics, carbons.
Holy shit.
Yeah, this is when I built my own drones. And if anybody wants any propellers for homemade drones, by the way, I mean these are never going to get used ever again.
Do you have any glow in the dark propellers?
I do actually somewhere. I've got some glow in the dark propellers, but yeah. These are all. This is the ones I found the most useful.
Yeah.
Right? So I. There you go. Anybody want some drone propellers?
Wow.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So literally, I was building them before you could buy them off the shelf, and yeah. And the reason I got so many and different types is because nobody was telling me what was the best to use. So I literally was.
So you were literally grabbing whatever, right?
I was like buying all the different types. I was going, well, with this battery, with that propeller, and this amount of weight, how does it work? And it was like, that's not very good. I'll try a longer one. Right, I'll try a wider beam, because there's like not just the length, it's the actual like prop and the angle, the pitch.
Yeah.
And it all makes a difference. And it's like, so it was just like random until I found my magic for my weight of drone was this. And that's why I got loads of them. So yeah.
Insane. Holy crap. That's so when's the last time you built your own drone then?
God, it must be about 10 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But it's surprising. Like I started building my drone, and then like DJI started bringing out cheap drones. And I was like, I probably need to get one of these. And the difference was like night and day, because now I was getting like 20 minutes flight time on a DJI. It was like 8 minutes and I had to be on the ground. So I was usually only fly for 5 minutes. I'd be up, woof around, get down 5 minutes, change batteries, up, fly around again. And I just had loads of batteries, so yeah.
So what you strapped the camera on? What kind of camera did you strap on?
Mick Spanner's reminded me. I mean, I did a thing saying like, building drones. I actually sold a few.
Yeah.
I sold a few of them, but you can't match professionally made stuff.
No,
they've got it all dialed in. They've got a lot more money to invest in kind of, researching what's the best magic, things to do it. But the early DJI drones, like the Phantoms, they used to crack the cases.
Really?
They're like all plastic bodies, but they would be vibrating and it would actually crack, and you get stress tracks in the plastic, and then the whole thing was just like chunk, and an arm would come off and things like this. So yeah, that's why they switched to the Mavics, because a lot more solid than the lightweight plastic molded.
So what are they using now?
Mostly Mavics now, I think. Yeah. Well, no, there are big drones they do, but again, they're made out of more solid stuff, because they were making them incredibly lightweight out of these just like flimsy
carbon fiber.
Yeah.
The new stuff is carbon fiber,
Yeah.
But the old stuff was just like pressed plastic, and they used to crack a lot.
Jeez. Well, I guess with the the amount of money that you're paying for some of them, the higher end ones, you better hope they last and they don't crack.
I think the Mavic is the most reliable design they've made in the consumer class.
Yeah,
and I mean, even your what do they call them? Like the matrices and the what do they call the ones that used to have the body would move up and down? The Inspire.
Okay.
The Inspire. Was a kind of an unreliable drone. Used to crash a lot. It's famous in the film industry for sort of like being a crash mobile. So you always bring 3 or 4 drones with you because 1 or 2 may crash when you're flying.
Yeah. Bring a few with you.
Mm.
Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't the most reliable of drones. Yeah, I think the Mavics have been the real, which the minis are just basically a copy of the Mavic but smaller, and it's the most reliable, robust kind of doesn't screw up type of
They
system they've
made
had.
it, and they made them practically for us, because here in Canada, under 250 grams, you don't require to have a license.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So,
true.
it's funny how all the countries copy each other's laws, because I mean it's the same in the UK for that. So
okay. Oh, I didn't know.
yeah, yeah,
No,
they all copy each other's laws. I don't know what it is with flying, and that sort of stuff. But yeah,
are they
apart
more
from
safe?
Switzerland, which is like, I think you're not allowed to fly drones in Switzerland, and India, you can only fly up to 50 meters. Well, no, is it 50 feet in the air in India?
Because they don't want you to see all the calling centers they have.
Yeah, yeah,
Hello, I'm calling you from the Microsoft. Yeah, right. You see my computer? It's working. Yeah, right. Look, it's walking down the street.
yeah.
Hey, and how was it going, man?
Hello, I am ringing you from Microsoft. You have a virus on your machine. Yeah,
Yes. Yeah,
yeah.
it's you, the virus. It's not on my machine. It's on the phone.
Mm.
They
What's
should
going
do a
on, Gizar?
channel like
Gizar.
it, like just spend their time, just waste their time. Just call them. Just waste their time. It would be funny.
Exactly. Uh, yeah, I mean,
Goodbye.
you look at how things have changed the landscape of a lot of these, the drone shots, man, have really fucking, propped up the game
Oh yeah.
when it comes to presentation now, it's I
Some
mean,
of best
go ahead.
shots of my videos are my drone
Yeah,
shots.
I mean,
When I
yeah,
introduce
exactly,
my
man.
build up, I came back from Gettysburg.
Uh-huh.
It was an amazing trip. I had fun with the guys, and like we did crazy, awesome investigations. The
Yeah.
only thing sucked, it was raining all the time. Hey, thumbs up.
Oh, really?
It was raining all the time, windy. Couldn't get the drone up. Not even 1 hour. Not even 10 minutes. Never. It's like I just wanted like, and both building,
Yeah.
uh, the orphanage and the Janie Wade house are just across the street. So do a drone shot, couple of shots from one building, turn it around, do a couple of shots of the other building, you're done.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted, but I couldn't because it was so windy, so raining. It was raining all the time, like even like a small drizzle. That no, I'm not getting that drone up, like getting all wet. No, no. So yeah, that's the only part that sucked. It was couldn't get no drone shots.
I experimented with different drone types with different propellers. One of the things I learned was that you could actually get the big propellers to run slower but lift, and it would be incredibly quiet, like silent. So you could get a drone to lift off, and it would just be there, just like hovering, and it would just be like, I can't hear it. It's great. That was interesting, but it wouldn't lift a big payload.
Hmm.
So, there were little things I learned like that. It's kind of like, yeah, but
That sucked though when and that's why they made the vampire in Ukraine, because
Mhm.
that thing can lift a payload. I tell you, a payload. That thing can carry two freaking anti-tank mines under it, and those things weigh about probably 20 kilos.
mm,
So imagine, get two of them under. they dropping those things on the head of the Ruskies. Like, you forgot that.
Saying that, actually, I've used a drone, the hexacopter, which could lift quite a lot,
Yeah.
and I actually had a fishing wire off it, which was like about 50 foot of fishing wire, and then actually had a light object because somebody wanted to do this experiment with shining lights into a diamond and flying a lit diamond around, and things. And this was a hell of a weight. So I was actually lifting things, but suspending it, and I was actually flying this like pendulum, basically hanging underneath the drone. And I would be flying it overhead, and they'd be filming it and whatnot. And this thing was, and when you stop, of course, the pendulum swings out. So I was learning how to kind of like anti the swing, to kind of like cancel the swing, and I got quite good at that. But yeah, they can lift quite a lot. I think I lifted with a Mavic. I've lifted a Pepsi bottle full of water up with a Mavic.
Well, when a Mavic 3, they freaking carry 2 grenades.
Mm.
A grenade, it's small, but it's heavy,
Yeah.
especially with the charge in it and everything, because just the casing itself, it's heavy enough. So imagine with the charge in it,
Mm.
it's quite it's quite hefty. Oh, Matt, I bought something new, and I just like I just fell in love with it. I bought myself a new DJI. I bought the new gimbal, the RS4 Pro,
Yeah, I'm thinking about grabbing that.
and
I was
it's
thinking
all
about
in
grabbing that.
carbon fiber. The all the arms are Teflon coated, so they slip. They don't go when you adjust your thing. You just slip it, and the quick releases are just like,
And it's pretty fluid, obviously.
it's fluid. It's amazing. And now with the new focus, you put the little strap on it with the focus adjust, or you
Oh
just
yeah. Is it
put
for
it on.
like DSLRs and big cameras?
I saw when I was working on the TV show, I saw a guy with an Ares 3 Pro with a freaking FX6 on it,
Yeah.
and with a quite hefty lens. And when I saw that, I said, "Oh, that's my next." He said, "No, no, go for the RS4. The motors are heftier and they are stronger, so they can carry a stronger payload, and
Mm.
even provide you with the little Y to get a big lens on it. So it's made for big freaking um like kind of rigs,
Mhm.
big rigs. And I just bought the new Tilta adapter to put under it. So I'll snap a V battery on the thing, and I'll have the 2 handles with it to do like smooth shots and stuff like that. Yeah.
So
But
what do you strap it into it?
Well, I saw a Tilta got a kind of a belt thing with kind of
I think
2
you would say
straps that
what
come.
sort of camera?
No, no, no. What
Camera?
camera are you going to use it
Oh,
with?
my camera! I use my A7 III on it,
Oh,
and
okay.
I'll probably one of these days have a I have I'm not quite sure. I'm in between A7S 3 or a A7 IV. So because I'll be working as a camera operator in Quebec. Now I'm a member of the Technicians Association here in Quebec. Yeah, actually, Steve, quite new things happening in my life. Yeah, I just applied to go do my documentary director course at the National Institute here in Quebec. And in January, late January, I'm going to do my data wrangler course.
Nice. So what? Doing a lot of non-union work, right?
Yeah, mostly, but now I will be
Uh,
working union
yeah,
stuff.
because then you're going to be paying fucking dues up the wazoo. Holy crap! That's what the only thing I hated about it was the fucking union dues.
It's just the news
Oh
that
my
sucks,
God.
but everything that comes with it,
Oh,
like
it's great. The knowledge, yeah,
the courses, just the course, the data wrangler course.
yeah,
If you're not part of the union, it's $1,200.
yeah, yeah, I
But
know.
if you're part of the union, it's 350.
But they get you with the union dues still, though. That's the
Yeah,
fun part.
but the thing is, I'm gonna do my 2 days on job training
Yeah.
at Mel Studios.
Nice.
So if there's a production over there, and say, "Hey, we like you. You want to stick around because
Well,
the Mel Studios they have productions until 2026
yeah, I mean
next up."
the great thing about it is you go there, you volunteer, you go in there, you just
Mm,
do whatever, and yeah, all it takes is one person to say, "Oh, hey, I like this guy. Let's
yeah,
bring him on to the."
Yes.
Once you get yourself nicked
Yes.
in with a crew, you're great. But I mean, it's hard.
it's hard. You have to
Yes.
put a foot in. You have to kind of go around, and that's why I kind of like went around to some French speaking productions,
Yeah.
and I'm keeping my ace in my sleeve. I'm keeping some jobs in Nova Scotia, but I want to mainly kind of focus here, and
Mhm.
especially the documentary. I applied to do the documentary director's course in the um, National Institute of Image and Sound here in Quebec, and
Well,
it's a month and a half course. But with that, I'll have the knowledge to do my own documentary.
well, yeah, and I mean,
I'm done.
with French speaking projects, you might be able to get a lot more work, right? I mean,
Especially, but I want to do my documentary in English, but it,
yeah,
it keeps my door open on French projects as
yeah,
well. So I'll
yeah,
be working on English projects, on French projects. That's the beauty of speaking two languages.
yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, absolutely.
How do they say your focus is not fucking correct in French? And yeah.
Focus, tabarnak!
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
tabarnak.
Does it really matter whether you know French or English?
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
it's fucking
they'll
yeah.
just say focus, but the tabarnak,
Focus,
it's like
focus.
the fucking focus.
Yeah,
Kind
Fuck
of the
the
same, but
focus, the focus.
focus, tabarnak.
Yeah.
but I mean, yeah, a lot of Quebec though is bilingual, right? I mean, there's a lot of places you can go to Quebec that are, you're even if you don't know how to speak French, most people understand English. I mean, it's literally you have to go into. Oh yeah, there you go.
I got
Oh,
yeah, this has got a focus control, but I've never
yeah.
bothered to put a focus thing on it. But yeah, it's got a fucking focus control. Ah, focus is
Well,
overrated. Buy a GoPro. You'll be out to
Yeah,
focus all the
yeah,
time.
I'll use
yeah.
it more for Zoom because I use autofocus most of the time. So it's just for the Zoom that I'll use it. And yeah, it's just, but I think it's pretty cool, like Gizmo. And I bought like the Pro bundle, and it's got like kind of a transmitter under it, and I got like a little Wi-Fi transmitter that I can transmit the image to my phone. So I'll put my phone on the side like a screen, and instead of checking my camera, oh yeah, those they use
You are
those
being scanned.
they use
Scanned.
those on the TV show I was working on.
Uh,
They were using those cameras on the TV show I was working on to get the shots inside the cars.
I fucking love this thing, Matt.
They're
I love
they're
it, man.
amazing. They're amazing.
I love this damn thing.
And then low light,
Oh, it's a
Matt
Oh,
great
took
low
some
light.
low light shots
A
that
great low light.
still to this day I'm still amazed by
yeah.
the sensor in that thing.
It's like the A7S3 or 2. The it's like but like in a handheld package.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, if you want your trial by fire, I know you're like, let's use a gimbal and all that. Try doing the Paris catacombs with a fucking A7S2 on a
Oh,
big fucking gimbal. like trying to crawl like through
Yeah.
sewage
Oh.
tunnels and fucking shit like that with it in your hand, and every like 2 minutes you've got to change your hand because your hand is dying because of the weight of the camera. You know, so you're just changing
Oh,
the
yeah,
whole
yeah, I
time.
know.
You're going,
But mine are just like
light
for
is
yeah, no, mine are just like for like B-roll shots for mostly like TV shows and stuff. I bought mine because I want to get used to it, like do my B-roll on my investigations, but get used to it, and because there are not lots of gimbal operators here in Quebec that are union, and I want to get specialized as a gimbal operator. So I'll get called for gimbal jobs and stuff like that because they're looking for gimbal operators, but there are not a lot of people or crazy morons like me that go around and buy a $1,500 gimbal on Amazon and say, hey, that's gonna be fun.
well,
So
yeah. I kind of hate the big old handheld cameras, you know, and they go
Yeah.
like handheld camera, but it's like a lot of TV shows, especially documentary. It's like they like that like handheld look,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
wobble cam, you know, and it to me it's kind of like, come on, guys, you know, like we're in the fucking, you know, it's 2024 now. Like, what, you can't hold a fucking camera steady? What? Where's your fucking gimbal? Oh, but
Exactly.
I got this big camera. It's like, well, the cameras, it don't have to be that big now. They can be this big,
yeah,
like
Yeah.
and now they have
broadcast.
rigs.
Yeah.
They have rigs they put on their shoulders with the handles and stuff, and it's all padded. And the only thing they have here, the camera is right there, but they have right here is the screen.
Yeah.
So they'll have a screen in front of them, and
Well,
it's
DJI did a camera, didn't they, which had a gimbal
Yeah.
built into it, which was
yeah. My
broadcast
friend
camera.
Matt Benton has one.
Yeah.
At that thing, it's $8,000. Like,
Uh,
but Matt is a documentary maker. He's making it. Make the Harrisville haunting, the real story of the Conjuring House. Now he's making a documentary about the Monroe House.
The
Evil on
real
Earth.
story of the Conjuring House.
Yep.
The
And
real story of the Conjuring House.
yeah, because
For the first time ever, the real
Yeah.
story.
no, because everybody thinks that Bathsheba Sherman is like, oh, she's have nothing to do with that place, nothing, not even a trace. So it's like everything that was said before, Matt just shows that everything was bullshit.
I think
But the
I think that
place is
place is going to
still
be haunted by the
active.
the
It's
current
active,
owner.
but by the land, there's like 2 freaking graveyards in the backyard that are abandoned. It's not even probably not even the spirits from the house that are haunting the place. It's the spirits from the graveyard say, "Hey, we're still here."
I don't know. Why don't we get Sam and Colby on it?
No, I won't. I won't even get close to that place, even with a 50-foot pole. That lady is crazy.
She's fucked up.
Yeah.
You see her getting busted for
Oh, she's drunk driving, and
drunk driving. And
she's taunting the cops. She's
yeah,
drunk. She's
she's
pissed
fucked
drunk.
up.
She's making a mockery of the test that
Yeah,
they're making her do on the side of the road.
yeah.
And no, she's the owner of the Conjuring House. So
All
yeah,
right.
she's just like unplugged.
Unplugged. Yeah, unhinged.
The amount of
Unhinged.
people that came along in the crop circle world, you know, and sort of like all these people who just pop up out of nowhere and they're like, I'm an expert on the crop
Oh,
circles. You know, it's like,
man.
fuck's sake.
Especially the one that you made. They were stuck. That's
Mm.
the kind of ships is made like that. Then yeah, right.
You know, and it's painful when you know that you actually made this or your mate made it, and you're getting people saying like, "Yeah, this couldn't be made by people," and you're like, "Jesus Christ, where the fuck do you come from? Which stone did you crawl out from underneath?" Like, you know, wow.
And
When I learned that it was you made a couple of those, it's like I
Couple, fucking hundreds.
couple thousand.
Yeah,
Good wonder.
yeah.
Oh my god! I was like, oh my god, no, the guy made
But I
them.
mean, what do you do, man? I mean, yeah, exactly. If you were out fresh, you made this circle, you went home, and then all of a sudden you got these guys going, "Holy shit, man! They struck again. These aliens, they're so fucking stealthy, man. What the hell?" And like going over and saying, "There's no way humans." I mean, could you keep your mouth shut?
Well, no, clearly not. I got in a lot of
Yeah,
trouble for it. Yeah.
yeah.
Just it's about the same thing as everything. It's like Matt can't keep his mouth shut, keeps on getting in fucking trouble over everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a documentary I saw the other day. It was brand new on YouTube, and it was like, I don't know what it's called, like Spot or something like that, or Spot Company, or it had the logo up in the corner, and it was like interviews with people, like must have been at least 20 years old interviews,
Yeah.
and it was being put out as kind of like, this is current research, like this is crop circles. And I was like, really? And they said, yeah, people can't make this. And they literally panned up from a crop circle, and the crop circle was no bigger than there was a circle of 12 people holding hands. And the crop circle was like double the size of the distance of the people who were holding hands. And I'm thinking, what, you don't think somebody with a tape measure could literally it's fucking tiny. And you say
Mm.
people can't make that, and they're making a big thing out of it. And it was like, oh my God, really? These documentary makers, they haven't got a fucking clue. Or they just don't want to know. They're just like, oh no, we got to make something out of this. Like, make a documentary out of old footage. And we'll go, no, people can't make this shit. And it's like, really? Like, all the efforts I went to kind of like doing Circle Makers TV, and these people, they can't find anything other than 20-year-old footage from an archive to kind of go, oh, it's still real, folks. It can't be made by humans. Oh, really? Wow.
But I mean, what? I know I've asked you this.
I
I'm
should
pretty
do
sure.
a documentary series. It's like saying fucking North Korea doesn't exist. It'd be like fucking, yeah, it doesn't. No, Russia doesn't exist. Yeah, fucking iPhones don't exist. I should do a new documentary series, like, yeah.
What I mean, what is the current state of fucking crop circle making now? Like, what is the current state like? I don't even hear that much about them anymore, really.
I don't either, and I stopped looking, to be honest,
Yeah.
because the numbers have gone down vastly since me and a few others have stopped doing them, and yeah, the quality has got better,
Hmm.
radically better, but it's only because we stopped that the ones that are left over have kind of got better at what they're doing, because they've actually made some effort to kind of increase their skills, but. Yeah, but there's still, not there's no numbers now. It's just like down on numbers. But I think they missed the point, because the point wasn't whether we were good or not, or whether or not there was a lot of numbers. It was what we were trying to tell people, why we were doing them, and what was involved in the experimentation behind trying to create contact between us and intelligences out there, and trying to create contact UFO experiences and things.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, honestly, let's be honest, Matt. I mean, people just don't care about that. They just it's either, oh no, this is made by humans. God damn it. This
Oops.
this 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 doesn't matter. It's not alien. It doesn't matter. And but you exactly with you saying the whole point was, and you said so, there were many times when you went out there and you were creating these, and I don't want to drone too much on it because we talk about it a lot, and I know you don't really want to talk about it. But I mean,
Can,
yeah,
because I
yeah.
do know the subject incredibly well.
Well, yeah, but
It's
I
like
mean, you're probably sick and
yeah,
tired of
I've
talking about it
talked about
over
it
and
to the death, but yeah,
exactly. But I
yeah,
mean, you literally have had experiences where, like, oh wait, hey, we're creating this something 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 really unusual, something unique is happening here, right? There is what
yeah,
seems to be some sort of contact, if you will, or some sort of What the hell is that?
That's the new gimbal, the new
Oh, the new gimbal. Okay.
yeah, it's all carbon fiber,
Oh yeah.
and the
Is that the
screen is
RS?
like
Is it?
yeah, the
Yeah.
RS4 Pro, and the
Nice.
screen is way bigger.
Yeah.
You
What's
don't
that?
watch. You don't look at it at the screen though. That's not your
And
camera
that
screen.
that is the little Wi-Fi module.
Yeah. Yeah.
We can transmit in Wi-Fi.
Cool.
Yeah, DJI had that kind of weird concept of putting the gimbal at an angle to the rest of things. So they didn't work on the like down the sides like 90 degrees. They worked at an angle.
It's got an automatic lock now. Look, the axis, they lock.
Mm.
Mm.
And when it closes, it stops like right here,
Mm.
so it doesn't hit if it's like too long.
Yeah.
So you can adjust it, unlock it, close it, click it. So automatically when you close it, everything locks in place, but that part stops right before so it doesn't hit it and like damage the motor. So you just like readjust it and close it. Click. So and they have like a new
Nice.
quick release now, and the adjusting is made with a little knob.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
So it's not it's a little bit more precise when you adjust it.
Yeah,
Same
you
as
don't.
the
You don't.
Let me guess. You won't be lending that out to anybody.
no. I'll select the Irishman in Braveheart. It's mine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hang on then.
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. I'm
my
gonna have to
island.
grab a refill in a few minutes here. Yeah. Yeah. It's that's pretty cool, Jeff.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to work like when I saw the TV show how it was filmed in Nova Scotia and everything. Say
Mhm. They were using that gimbal.
they were using a three. That's
Oh,
the like
okay.
the higher. That's the newest version,
Yeah.
and some of them were using FX6s, and some of them were using FX9s, A7 IV, A7Ss. Oh, look at this!
Oh yeah. Look at this. Look at this guy here. Here we go.
I love that lens.
It's not
Yeah.
adjusted. It's not adjusted, so I'll have to.
Yeah, it's not balanced.
It's
You have to
manual.
balance.
It's
Yeah.
manual. But I do you know what I do? I put a paint mark on it, so it makes it a lot
Mm,
easier. Can you see the paint
Oh
mark?
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Makes it a bit easier. Not perfect, but yeah. So it's manual, but you do have to adjust these things manually. You can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
No,
can't.
no, you have to do it. Yeah.
It is a bit stiff, though. I know what you're saying about like. That's what it's
Yeah.
not just like chunk, chunk,
The
chunk
the
when you
Teflon
adjust it.
coating makes it smoother. Like,
Yeah.
oh my
Yeah,
god.
but when you get good at it, you can do it fairly quickly. So let me just see if I can
How
do this.
often do you use that, Matt?
Never.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's too big.
Yeah.
It's
It's just too painful.
it's too heavy. It's
Yeah.
it's just like for short scenes, B-roll. It's perfect for those kind of shots.
There
Uh,
you go.
so
Perry.
There you go. Look, that's pretty much a balance. He's laughing because he knows how long
No,
this
no,
takes
no,
to
no.
do.
He's laughing at what Barry said.
Wow.
look on the
Matt,
screen.
Matt, is that a big camera? Are you excited to see us?
But like this here, which also has a focus thing. Look, it's got the
Oh yeah.
focus thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, which I don't use. But like that's an A7S3. If I had a need to use it, I would use it. It's very, very nice. But all of this, which is very big, look at the massive lens, right?
Yeah,
All of that
yeah.
can be replaced by that.
By that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Which is why I don't use it because fucking hell, like
Yeah, it's heavy, yeah.
you're constantly changing hands and fucking nightmare.
No, it's just like it's for short periods shots. moving, when you have somebody running and you following him, like
Yeah.
for a scene, like action scene, or
Yeah.
you know, those kind of shots. Though that's a perfect thing, and
Yeah.
I'm looking into buying myself like a rig that I'll put on myself, even because it can
The,
be a
the
fucking
body
pain.
steady cam.
Well, see, I actually bought a glide cam, which is a
Yeah.
steady cam.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
rip-off steady cam,
Yeah.
basically glide cam, and I actually had the full body thing,
the fly
you
cam.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah, and like it had the arm, which is the Z arm, which has the spring-loaded system, and you could put
yep,
a really heavy camera on it, and you could just let your hands go, and the
Mm.
yeah.
thing
You
would
put
just swing
And
up.
the
counterweight.
guy would just, yeah,
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 exactly.
you have counterweights under it, so
But
yeah,
it's
we've come a long way though. When those steady cams first came out, holy
yeah.
fuck, man.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's amazing technology, and it's still to this day for broadcast high end cameras, which are heavy.
Mm.
It is
mm,
still in use. And
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
still very
it is
much.
still, and it's still a specialty in television and movies, because they still have that title here in Quebec, the Steadicam.
God
But
damn it! Look how
it's coming.
look how long it took them to fucking, like, especially new, like, TV stations broadcasting live. Look how long it took them to fucking switch from fucking beta to fucking digital.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, they're still fucking using beta in the
Yeah, I know.
studios.
Oh.
Why? The only
It's
Yeah.
reason
my
it's not because I'm being mean. It's because it keeps the heat in the room. It's
yeah.
like it's like
My
okay,
carpet is back.
Carpet is back.
oh,
Did
Carpet
it
is
ever
back.
move? Did he ever move, or she,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
what?
She went up. She
Oh,
went up when I went to change my drink. So
oh.
is
yeah,
she golden? She looks kind of brown down there, but is she golden?
she's blonde,
Oh yeah.
blonde kind of. Her dad was like white, and her
Mm.
mom was reddish.
Mm.
So she's kind of at that blondish, reddish. Funny. Yeah.
Mm.
Mm.
What's her name?
Bonnie.
Bonnie. Hey, guess what? My neighbor's dog's name's Bonnie as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Bonnie.
Bonnie.
Bonnie baby. She can't hear us because you're on your headphones, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And the white, it's that she has, it's not because she's old. She's just 3. She's gonna be 4.
3. Wow.
Yeah, it's because of my stress.
Yeah.
That's the problem with dogs with PTSD people. They take a lot of their stress, and
Yeah.
it make them age faster. I don't know why.
So you're
So
basically a dog vampire then, yeah?
yeah,
Just
suck
explain.
stop. Yeah.
I need more dogs to take my
No
age away
dog.
from me. I
Yeah,
need
Do you
more.
find she does a good job, that she does that works well with your
yeah.
PSD?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Since I had her, I have her. I've been doing way better because I wanted to blow my brains out before I had her. And since I had her, I'm always happy. I'm always,
Because I know you were saying, that you were having a lot of trouble, obviously, and the paranormal, you like adopted the paranormal, and that sort of
yeah,
helped you as well, doing what you're doing with the paranormal, right?
it's my escape. It's my
Yeah.
escape. It's the way that I keep my sanity,
Hmm.
because through the paranormal and through the places I go, I meet new people,
Yeah.
and it keeps me out because we tend to get in, stay inside when we have PTSD,
Hmm.
and I have to go out. I have
Yeah.
to move. I have to go out and film. So even if I don't post anymore of often, I still go out.
You still go out.
I
Yeah. Yeah.
in 2 weeks I'm still going back to New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. I have to go out because I love meeting new people.
Mhm.
I'm that kind of guy. But that God forsaken illness that
Mm.
I have because I went to help. Well, I,
Where did
I
you do? Where did you go? Do you mind me asking?
I went to Bosnia in '95. I was a UN peacekeeper, and
You
You know
you
I
went
was
what?
you went to Boston? I fucking yeah,
Boston, yeah,
mate.
Bosnia.
Boston,
My
Boston, massive.
ex brother-in-law. Yeah, Jeff,
You
my
went
ex
to Boston.
brother-in-law.
It's hell down there, mate.
My ex
I know.
brother-in-law was in Bosnia too, and
Bosnia. All right.
he
Yeah,
was
Okay.
having
Bosnia.
he has a horrible time too.
Oh yeah,
He really
it was
does.
hard because it's all it's like they take you from everyday life
Mhm.
and you're brought like when I got out the plane, we got out we landed in Split in Croatia
Mhm.
and in '95 everything in Croatia was basically over.
Yeah.
The war was still going on, probably a bit in the north,
Mhm.
but everything was still raging still in Bosnia.
Yeah.
And the Serbs were like more active and everything. So we hop in the trucks, the buses, and we drive. And
Mhm.
the more and more we go in the land, the country,
Mhm.
more and more is destroyed.
Mm.
So it's like, where are we gonna stop? Well, no, we're right in the middle of the shit, right over there. That's our
Yeah,
base,
they ship
right
you
in
right in
between,
there. Yeah.
like right in between. One side
Yeah.
is the Serbs, one side is the Bosnians. It's like
Mm.
it's gonna be really fun. Yeah,
How long were you there for?
6 months.
Yeah.
I
Jeez.
was 4 months in Visoko on my home base
Mhm.
on in Kathmandu,
Yeah.
and the 2 last months I was in Kislyak. I was in a hotel, and I was stationed with the Royal Marine. A bunch of great mates, and I
Mm.
had so much fun with them,
Mm.
playing darts and drinking some Guinness.
Playing Tarzan Guinness. Yeah.
Yeah, but we had a battery that was stationed at that hotel, so they needed to provide one Canadian cook with the British cooks. So I
Mhm.
was basically working with the British cooks and had the best time of my life.
You were a cook?
Yep,
Really?
yep,
Wow, that's cool, dude. That's
yep.
cool. That's awesome.
So
I'm just so you got PTSD, well, because the
the eggs
burgers
wasn't
weren't
cooking. No,
burgers weren't very good. They were sending you.
He was
no, no.
cooking up a
Uh,
storm.
well, it's basically my a mashup of everything. On our day off, it was not mandatory. It was really voluntary, but
Mhm.
I was always volunteering to go do some humanitarian work. Uh,
Mm.
we're going to orphanages and
Mhm. So
places.
you saw a lot, you witnessed a lot of stuff that is very traumatic.
Well, like abandoned kids.
Yeah.
One of the orphanages that were going, they were, well, they were abandoned not because their parents didn't love them, because they were special needs kids
Mhm.
and they needed like special needs, and the
Mhm.
parents couldn't provide for them because of the war. So
Yep.
they just brought them there, and some of the parents, well, died because of the bombings and stuff like that. So they ended up there and staying there.
Mm.
But when we went there, the conditions weren't the best.
No.
Uh, Kids were like dirty diapers and stuff like that. So when we went there helping the nurses changing diapers, like reassuring some poor um, a baby with Down syndrome or cerebral paralysis, and kids with special needs.
Mm.
And that was hard because you're in a war torn place. You have
Mm.
kids crying, yelling because they're some are happy, some are afraid because they're seeing uniforms. And when they see
Yeah.
uniforms, even if you have a blue helmet on your melon, they see a uniform and
Mm.
they're traumatized by uniform.
Traumatized by it. Yeah.
So now when I hear my kids yelling, it's a trigger. It's a trigger
Mm.
for
Oh
me. It's
wow.
really
So
hard.
so
Oh yeah.
wow. Yeah.
Oh
That
yeah. It
wow.
was hard having two kids. It was really hard on me. Really hard on my PTSD because every time my daughter or my son was they were crying really small,
Hmm.
it was it brought me back. Every time it brought me back. So since I have this bundle of love,
Yeah.
every time my daughter does a tantrum, I just pet my dog. So I'm not into the tantrum. I'm with my dog and I'm in my happy place.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
that's
happy
why I
place.
need.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
And
Did you
they
hear that?
bombarded
Fucking, you should be my happy space, not my pissing space.
they bombarded our camp a couple of times because they wanted to harass us to get us out. And
Yeah.
one time I was going to do my radio duty. Hey, have a cook. Once in a while, it was mandatory to do radio duty. So
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
going to do my radio duty. And oh, there you go. A grenade just landed on the camp, just like
No way.
it
Holy
just
crap.
dove in under a truck. Fucking thing exploded. A couple of
Damn.
shrapnels pieces peppered the side of the truck. I was nothing, nothing, just like dust.
Yeah.
But I was 21 years old. Well, I had big balls. Yeah, yeah, I survived a grenade explosion until a couple of years later when you sleep and you see that fucking thing blow, but the truck is not there, and you're doing all those scenarios in your head,
Yeah. It
and it's
comes back.
like,
It comes back to haunt you.
oh my god.
Yeah.
And seeing people getting executed, seeing
Yeah.
a building blow up and seeing like little figures running out burning.
Mm. Yeah,
Yeah,
that would be traumatic. I
yeah.
mean, so when you were when you came home, how long of a period was there, or was it like automatic that this kicked in?
We came back like prior in those missions back in the 90s.
Yeah.
We didn't have those because nowadays they do about a month and a half. They call it the decompression
Yeah, yeah,
kind
yeah.
of.
Yeah.
They bring them to a place like for the folks that went to Afghanistan. They
Mhm.
were going a month and a half to Cyprus to
Yep.
decompress,
Yeah.
to meet up with some shrinks and
Yeah.
everything. Back in my day, it wasn't like that.
You
You
didn't
get out of
have
the
that,
plane,
yeah.
it's like, have a good vacation, go
Yeah.
home, and go get fucked up, like smoke, drink, do everything. Like,
Yeah.
hey, go ahead.
There,
So
yeah, there were exactly. There was no decompression. There was no look at
the help
you're
wasn't
gonna
there.
adjust the adjustment back into regular life. It's like your mind is still going fucking like 90, and they expect you to you know literally mend back into society with and everything would just you know adjust itself no problem, but that's never the case.
I went in a kid, I got out a man.
Yeah. Oh
Because
well, yeah.
when I got out of the plane, my parents were at the airport, like to pick me up. When my mom saw me, she told me like, "You look 10 years older,"
Hmm.
because of like the stress of like just knowing there were snipers in the mountains around us. It's like, oh, hey,
Hmm.
probably
Right.
one day he's gonna say, "Hey, let's pick one out of the lot and just shoot at it,
Yeah.
just
I
for
just
fun."
pulled a piece of hair off my dog. She's got like clumps.
Oh,
Ow!
Oh, ouch.
She's
oh,
biting me now. She's fucking.
Oh.
She's not.
oh.
You ain't getting the fucking hair off me.
Leave it alone.
I am. I'm fucking pulling it off. Clumps. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. So even if you're doing a trade, and people, that's the misconception sometimes that people don't have, that when
No.
you trades in the military, that you're on the base, you living on the base, so you see everything that goes around the base.
Mm.
And when you see the trucks rolling in with the injured guys, and the trucks like peppered because they rolled out on the mine or something,
Yeah.
you see that. Yeah, you're not, you're living it, but from like a second person view, it's like, oh, and sometimes some of the injured guys are your friends.
Mm.
And so Elon Musk is buying us MSNBC. Oh my God. Uh,
What?
well,
What? God. Wow.
can he do that if he? Oh no, yeah, Trump. He's elected. He's not in office yet. So yeah, he has to do it before, because if he appoints him in office, he cannot do it. And even though if he's in office, can he own a TV station
Yeah.
or network?
I think he can. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow.
Well, if he does,
Where you seeing that, Frank? Oh wait,
did you see it? Did you see it?
I'm having a hard time finding the actual article on him buying.
So yeah, basically, you see, yeah, the people coming back like injured, and the guys and girls that are like the actual combat, and we didn't had any combat action because we're peacekeepers.
Yeah.
So we were targets. That's what we were.
Well, yeah. It's like get out of here. We want you. You're in between. Get the fuck out of here. Let us take care of our own problems.
And they were harassing us a lot. They wanted
Oh
us
yeah.
out because, yeah, because they knew the reputations of the Canadians. The three most feared um, combat units that were on the grounds in Bosnia back in the 90s were the Canadians, the British, and, well, naturally the Americans, because they
Hmm.
knew the Americans had all the technology, but they knew that the British and the Canadians, they were like crazy motherfuckers.
Hmm.
And like they weren't afraid of anything.
No. No. Exactly.
And Canadians made their mark during the Second World War, and especially in Italy and around in the Balkans. Yeah. Oh,
Well, I know, you see a lot of Canadians going down and training with a lot of American troops, simply because of the training techniques the Canadians have. The
and they come and
Americans,
train here also.
yeah, they train here as well, and they train here because of the training regiment that the Canadians have.
and the places that we have to train. We have
Yeah,
so much vast
well, yeah,
places just
fucking
in Suffield.
the boreal forest, man, in the
When we
middle
were
of fucking
doing the
nowhere.
when we're doing every 4 years, they had that massive like NATO exercise in Suffield in Alberta.
Mm.
British were here, the French, the Americans, every NATO countries were bringing stuff here, and we're training like we're beating invisible Ruskies, but we're playing war. But that was like one of the biggest training exercise for NATO, was every 4 years right here in Suffield in Alberta.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Crazy, crazy.
yeah,
Elon Musk just announced he's buying
MSNBC,
MNSBC. Yeah,
MSNBC.
announces it. It must be like fresh because I don't see anything yet.
I'll check on X.
You check
You'll
on
know.
X. It's probably
Draining
an
the swamp one fucking platform at a time. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. So what's next? CNN? CNN.
Well, he'll buy Fox, so he'll get his great news.
Yeah, I like that, Neil. Well, Montreal burns, Trudeau dances to Taylor Swift, modern Canada, exactly.
Ugh,
Hey, Carl, how are you, man?
don't start me on Trudeau, right? The
I
guy
know.
is like he's
I
like
can't.
abolishing the GST for 2 months.
Whoopee
It's,
shit.
yeah. Whoopie doo, two
Yeah,
months.
whoopee fucking shit.
How
You know,
about like abolishing for good?
get rid of the carbon tax. How about that?
Yeah, I don't
Really?
see anything. Oh well.
I'm sure if anything, it'd be on
Well, I
X.
just I'm all I'm right here on his profile.
I see a
Uh,
lot of American TV series. They get made in Vancouver.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Vancouver was a big, a lot of them over the years. Some of the
Mm.
classic, especially sci-fi shows. I mean, well, you look at Battlestar Galactica, Continuum.
Mm.
Uh,
I don't see
God,
anything
a
on
lot
X.
of them were shot out there. Supernatural, X Files.
Yeah, the X Files. Yeah.
For
There's
the
one
first
actually right now. Not it's not in British Columbia. It's in Nova Scotia actually. It's a TV series. I don't remember
called
the
The Curse
title.
of Oak Island.
No. Yeah, you get one. This one,
Yeah.
but no. There's another one. It's doc fiction, but it's like an abandoned town. So they just like came in the abandoned town and they fenced it up. It's a set.
Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, I mean, when I was working in film, the big place was Toronto was the big
And
filming yeah,
Montreal.
well before Montreal.
Yeah, yeah.
Then because they had they gave my the tax break, right? So a lot of sets didn't have to worry about paying the taxes and shit like that. And they made it very very appealing to shoot big budgeted films and TV shows. It was a mecca for a while, and then all of a sudden they got rid of the tax break, and you had the recession happen too, and
Mm. And they
literally
built mills in Montreal that brought
yeah,
lots. Yeah.
literally it went to Vancouver, went to BC, and then some of it went to Montreal. But yeah, I mean, I got out of it when that happened because I it just dried right up, and I couldn't get anything really. I mean, unless I moved out to Vancouver, and I wasn't about to move out to Vancouver at that time. So I stayed in independent. Like I said, I started working with film studio that moved from Saskatchewan. They moved their operation from Saskatchewan to here to Toronto. Actually, somebody from the UK, Matt Stephen Rambelow. He was well known with doing um, a lot of music videos in the '90s. Huge director of music videos in the '90s in the UK.
Hmm.
And then he went on to do some a lot of movies and TV shows and shit like that. Here,
And like the Film Board of Canada, they have this like logo of a bloke standing up with look, like that with his hands over
yeah,
his head.
pretty pretty
It looked
much.
like
Yeah,
an
like an
eye,
eye.
Yeah,
like an eye.
yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah, literally.
And they were like so like really low quality documentary or
Well,
film or
I'll tell you, they're the worst. The worst that if you had a project that you wanted to film that you wanted some funding for, they were the
yeah.
worst. Oh my god, the
Oh yeah,
worst.
yeah.
horrible people
I
to
heard
deal
about
with.
it. If you didn't know anyone in the place, you didn't
No,
get
it's horrible,
anything. Yeah.
horrible. I
And
mean,
it's like the lowest grade of
you
film.
yeah, you stood a better chance going to some fucking doctor or dentist looking for a tax break. I'm not kidding you. Some well-known fucking surgeon who wanted to dump like 5 to 10 grand just to, get a better tax break. It always happened, right? Always happens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the National Film Board, they were horrible.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah,
horrible.
my friend Mark told me about them and said like, no, if you don't know anybody in the place, you
No, I
won't
mean
get
you had to know people.
shit. Yeah.
I mean, like when I started off, I started off working in the studios at TVO, which is independent
Yeah. TVA Ontario, yeah.
TVO Ontario, right? And then they would show Doctor Who, by the way, Matt. They would
Oh,
do.
they got some pretty good
They
shows.
had some good. They had some good programming, but I mean, back then they would only show the 30-minute or the 22-minute sort of episodes of Doctor Who. They wouldn't show the full thing. But I mean, I had to
What,
work there
cut
for
down
nothing, man.
Doctor Who?
What's that?
What cut down?
Yeah, oh yeah, literally into parts. It
Like
was like, what the
tune in
fuck?
next week for a jump like
Yeah,
in time.
yeah, literally, literally. I'm not kidding you, literally, right?
But
And
the good things that we have here, it's we have lots of independent production companies that will sell their productions to like uh
now,
the
now,
the TV stations and places like that.
now, yes, but back
Yeah.
then you had
No, they
fuck
didn't.
all. It
No.
was hard. It was so
Yeah.
fucking hard. I mean,
CTV
I
were
mean,
making their shows and CTV were making their shows, but now it's like independent production places that make the shows for those networks.
yeah, I mean, well, because you got a lot of specialty networks now, right? You got all these
Hmm.
specialty channels that are looking for just garbage. Doesn't matter. There's something to fill their fucking schedules with. But I had to work for nothing, in the studio for a couple of years. Then finally, like I hooked up with a production crew that was doing TV shows, and then they were doing some features, and I'm like, hey, next thing you know, hey, I need a guy to do this. Yeah, yeah, no problem. I'm there, fucking, and the bucks started rolling. But I mean, working fucking 18-hour days, it was just fucking insane. I mean, I could do it back then, but now I couldn't do that now. Fuck no.
But I want to do it like I'll choose my contracts. I'll choose and I'll work like as a uh, independent worker. Oh,
Well, you can get a lot of independent gigs, no problem. Yeah.
no, it's you're getting hired by the production company, but you're paying your taxes yourself.
Yeah.
Self-employed.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go like that. So yeah, there's lots of work. That's what I found out. I didn't know.
There's
Like
lots of work. I mean, you could do it independently. You don't need to be attached to anything. You could like fucking start up your own damn fucking studio without problems and get more work
yeah,
that
but
way.
I got in the union with I'll get all the advantages that and if I can get work union work staying union I'll stay union.
Union work's hard. It's hard. It really is.
It
Like I said,
is.
you have to work with certain people for an extended period of time, and then they're like, okay, well, they can trust you.
Yeah,
You have to earn trust, and if they know you're reliable, they'll keep bringing you in. But I mean, again, you have to do several projects before that happens.
there's so much like going on right now because the good thing is also that they'll send you a list
Mhm.
of like the productions that are going on right now. The productions are about to shoot and the pre-production one and the projects. so you can get in contact with all those places.
You know what I say, Jeff? Fucking become friends with a fucking casting agent.
Well, I have
I'm
friends that
not
are
kidding. I'm
I
not
have
fucking
friends that
kidding
are
you, man.
comedians. I have friends that are comedians here
Ah,
in Quebec. They're
casting agents are the best to be friends with. I'm telling you right now, they'll fucking contact you. Hey, you want to do this? Sure, no problem.
yeah.
$1,200? Sure. 3 nights and a shooting? Sure, I'll do that. No problem.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'll work behind the camera, not in front of it.
I said the same thing, and then I said, "Fuck it, I'll do it. Hey, why not? I've done it in front of the camera a few times, and I loved it.
But the thing is, I'm trying to get on the camera operator apprentice program here in
Hmm.
Quebec.
Yeah,
And to get on it, I have to go do 1 day of observation on a set.
yeah.
While doing my day of observation, if I get myself useful and they say, hey, come back tomorrow, you're really useful. And then you'll get in. That's my way that I got in first on the first movie set I worked on. So it's like I'm gonna come, I'm gonna help. If you like me, I'll come back. And they say, hey, come back until the end. So
I get a kick out of people who make a living out of doing extra work,
oh,
and some people fucking they make shitloads of money.
hmm.
Even if it's like $50, they'll do it. But for a couple hours, they'll do it.
Well, I don't really need to work. I have my pension. I have a pretty
Yeah.
good pension.
Mhm.
I have I just want to do it because I know I can be still be useful to, and at the same time I'm learning.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's a constant learning experience no matter what. I mean, it's like a lot of things in life.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I don't know. I mean, what's it like there in the UK with the film industry, Matt? I mean, I know you've done a few things.
Do you remember a series called Four on the Floor? Maybe.
oh my god.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You
Four
did
on
that?
the
Yeah.
floor.
We,
No.
we we had that in the UK. They showed it in the UK. It's fucking brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Four on the floor. Was it boot to the head? Nah, nah. Boot to the head? Nah, nah.
Remember the hockey playing turtles?
Yeah.
Oh God.
It was
Gotta watch that guy with the
brilliantly.
99 on the skates.
Yeah. There's
Oh
some
my god.
classic moments from that show. It was brilliant.
Yeah, some of those shows, man. Holy crap.
Oh, it's
Like,
like
go ahead.
yeah. They had the boot to the head, the turtles, and they had what's the other one? They had another one. Yeah, that convertible car, like in their intro, but they're always using that convertible to do jokes. And I think one was like they're all losing their heads. It was kind of before the wokey thing, like don't show this, don't show that. They were showing blood and
God.
it was funny.
No, it's really good. Like, I mean, they use puppets and all sorts of stuff in it. It's just like really childish humor. It's brilliant. Fucking
Carl
great.
was an extra in the 90s for Channel 4's film Queer as Folk.
Ah.
I remember that show.
They had a thing like canoe. Was it like Canoe Man or something? It was like
Oh
fucking.
yeah.
I can't remember. I can't
Oh.
remember what it was called. It was like, yeah, it's like, yeah,
And he was from Quebec. Yeah, you were like the guy with like the fur hat,
yeah,
the belt, like you was had the
yeah,
big like French accent. That you was like
yeah,
every freaking Quebec stereotypes he had. He was like canoe man. He
Canoe
comes from
Man.
the wilderness of Quebec. He's a rugged man, canoe man.
yeah. I have some fond memories. That I think some of it is available on YouTube. You can actually look up Four on the Floor on YouTube and check it out. It's
No
really really good. It's very, very,
Oh, I'm gonna
early,
look it up.
early stuff. Yeah.
I found some old SCTV
Oh, fuck.
videos with like John Candy and
Yeah.
what was his name?
So many classic ones out of that.
You had like with John Candy, a young Eugene Levy,
Mm-hmm.
what was Rick Moranis.
Mm-hmm.
They were all youngsters.
I think the best skit he ever did was when he was playing the mayor of Mellonville. What was his fucking name again? Johnny. Oh God.
I've just found an episode now. I am Mr. Interesting. Here is something I find very interesting. You fucking, yeah. Yeah.
What is it?
Ah.
Tommy Shanks. That's it. Tommy Shanks, the mayor of Mellonville, when he was going
Oh yeah.
the Christmas one was fucking classic.
Here we go. I got a bit for you if you want it.
Sure.
Ready?
Hold on a second. Let me just go ahead.
I'm Mr. Interesting.
Oh yeah.
I find very interesting. If you were to take every grain of sand in the world and lay them end to end, you'd be working for the government.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
And that's shot like that's Lake Ontario, I think. It's like shot on the beaches in Toronto.
Yeah. I'm thinking Johnny LaRue. Not Tommy Shanks. Johnny LaRue. Hold on.
Johnny LaRue. Mayor.
Johnny.
I
When
saw
he's fucking drunk and he walks through the here we go. Hold on. I'll probably get done with this, but fuck, who cares?
yeah.
Who cares? Let's see. It won't be a strike, so who cares?
Yeah, just get a warning.
It's called Four on the Floor brackets the Frantics. So is it like a comedy group called the Frantics or something? I don't understand what the Frantics means.
That's your own.
Oh,
I'm still not sure you didn't steal my coat. I don't buy that stuff with the Mormons and all those Koreans.
You're on, LaRue.
Hi, I'm Johnny LaRue, and welcome once again to Street Beef. Tonight is very special. This is Christmas Eve. And as it being Christmas Eve, the topic, of course, oddly enough, deals with Christmas. The topic for tonight's beef is,
Don't look at me.
commerciality in Christmas and what it means to us, the people of Mellonville. So that's our topic. Let's talk to the people on the street and hope they air their beef tonight. But not for too long because you freeze it off. We'll talk to anyone who comes up to us tonight. Anyone. I'll talk to anyone.
Nobody this way either.
Okay, well then why don't we just go into some shops, warm ourselves up, and find out what the merchant of Mellonville is doing today. Follow me. Allow me to show you my town. The fashionable three-door mall, which was just recently opened by Mayor Tommy Shanks. And I guess it's closed. It's lovely. So let us move on down the Red Ox Inn, formerly the Beef and Booze. We all know it. We all know there's a lot of people in there. Let's go there now.
Use your key.
I forgot my...
Come on, LaRue, it's freezing.
They can't be closed tonight. They can't be closed
Give
tonight.
him the password.
They're always open. Oh, great. Great, I was dependent on. Well, no one in there, unfortunate for us. So we have to go back to the streets and hopefully someone will be hopping out here to talk to us about something. The distant sound of carolers winging their merry way over to us here to air their beefs.
The sound of what?
The carolers, the music, all those lovely voices.
I don't hear any carolers.
What the
What
do you mean what carolers? The carolers. Listen to the carolers. Did you hear the carolers?
You drunk, LaRue?
You call me drunk? You calling me a drunk? I got you this job. Now get the hell off the street right now. Get the hell out. I don't need you. Get out of here. Hey, where you going? Come back here. Hey, we'll be right back.
That's
I put one down there.
Yeah.
Back in the 70s, the Maritimers were like probably like not taking very seriously, and that was a parody of about people in the Maritime.
Exactly.
No, this one
Hey,
that I'll
Dixie.
play.
Oh, the one you got? Okay, here we go.
Yeah, the one I got.
Is this the one where they come to Toronto?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going up the road.
Yeah, just
yeah,
the song, mate.
This is a good clip. This is hilarious. Yeah.
Hey! Watch where you're going. This ain't Paris, you know. Watch a paint job.
Watch the paint job.
Keep it down. Keep it. Well, guys, is it that time already? Come on now. It's almost 4 o'clock. I want to get to Toronto before midweek. But, guys, I got surgery in 15 minutes. Ah, come on. Leave the surgery to somebody else. There'll be lots of surgery in Toronto. Sure about that? Oh, I just talked to Larry again. He said there's lots of great jobs for lawyers like me and surgeons like you. All right, I'll be right back. Ian, cover for me on that surgery. Well, let's go. All right. Oh, Gord, you're going to love it in Toronto. They got roads and everything there. All kinds of roads. And jobs, too. Lots of jobs. Doctoring jobs and lawyering jobs. Jobs for me and you. Oh, let's go then. All right.
There's a rainbow in Toronto where the Maritimers are bold. They always get a pot full, but they never get a pot of gold. But they're to it and at it and to it. You gotta tune your attitude in. If you don't get at it, when you get to it, you won't get to it to get at it again. You won't get to it to get at it again.
So, yeah.
That's hilarious.
That's a classic.
That's classic. And they go to Toronto. It's like, yeah, let's go to Yonge Street. Lots of girls on Yonge Street. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's Yonge Street Part 1. And yeah, I just discovered that the other day. It's like I was
fucking
laughing so hard. And the other guy that with John Candy, he passed away this year, I think. This
Joe
summer.
Flaherty.
Yeah, Joe Flaherty.
Joe Flaherty, yeah.
Yeah.
Classic. Yeah, Joe Flaherty was good. A lot of them were, hey, Max, how are you? A lot of them were Americans that came up and worked at CTV or Second City. Joe.
Sure.
Yeah, Joe Flaherty was American.
No, he was Canadian.
Joe Flaherty?
Yeah.
No, I believe he was American. I'm almost certain he was.
No, I think he was Canadian, but like
Cultural
because some people
appropriation.
think like Eugene Levy.
No, he was born in Pittsburgh.
Oh, Pittsburgh. Okay, so he was American.
No,
but
Eugene Levy's
Eugene
Canadian.
Levy is Canadian.
He's Canadian.
Rick Moranis is Canadian.
Yeah, Catherine O'Hara was American.
Catherine O'Hara is Canadian as well.
No, Catherine O'Hara, I believe. Hold on.
Yeah, she's Canadian.
Yeah, you're right.
Dan Aykroyd is Canadian, I believe.
He's Canadian as well. Mm-hmm. Another great man that we lost this year, the great Donald Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland
was born in New Brunswick.
I'm thinking of Robin Duke was Canadian too. Yeah.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah. And then you had Bob and Doug McKenzie, right?
Oh, Bob and Doug McKenzie. Oh, yeah. That's a classic.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Mackenzie brothers.
The McKinsey brothers, yeah. Yeah.
Oh
Oh
my
well.
god.
What are you
Good
gonna
old
do? Yeah.
classics.
Good old Aykroyd was Canadian. Yeah, he is Canadian. Was
Yep.
is. Talk about
And
the
a big paranormal believer as well.
yep, huge. Huge.
Yep.
I've been on a show with Dan Aykroyd, Doug Aykroyd. Yeah, I
Yeah.
was on Doug Dan Aykroyd. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I was talking with his one guy, I can't remember his handler or whatever the fuck his name is. I can't remember. This was like 10 years ago. We were because his dad had written the book, or was it him that wrote the book? It was his dad that wrote the book, I believe. And we tried to get him on with his father, and this is when his father was alive, because his father's passed away now. But this was a while ago, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, something like that. Trying to
I
get
think something when he was young. Yeah, I think he had like uh, an encounter when he was younger in growing up in Canada.
Yeah, well, his father was a huge paranormal enthusiast, right? Like his father played a huge hand in his influence with Ghost, what you would call it,
Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters. Sorry, right? So I don't know, writing the script for that and so on and so on. Who would
Because
have ever thought?
I saw an interview of him, like a serious interview, and he was talking about one of his experiences when he was younger. That he was like riding his bicycles and he saw lights, and he still cannot explain where those lights came from.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been like it's not just the paranormal per se, with ghosts he's been into all sorts of unusual things. I mean, again, as you know, he's a huge fanatic at Crystal Skull,
Yeah,
right? Hence his Crystal Skull vodka. But I mean,
yeah,
he was so into that myth, the Crystal Skull scenario, the
legend.
actual
Yeah.
legend of the Crystal Skulls. Um, so much, and then obviously, like I said, the reasoning behind his actual vodka line was influenced because of that love and that interest in the Skull scenario.
Mhm.
So, I mean, that's another interesting thing that I don't know. It doesn't really get talked about much anymore, does it?
No, what? It was
I
talked about for a while afterwards.
wrote to Dan Aykroyd regarding some stuff, and
Yeah,
the only contact I had was through the Crystal Skull sort of like company, and I was like,
yeah.
hey, can you pass this on to Dan? And he was like, they went back. They said, "Oh, we don't have any contact with Dan Aykroyd." And I'm
Yeah,
like, "Oh,
yeah.
right, okay, yeah,
The
fair enough,
actual
yeah,
thing, yeah, his
yeah."
name's behind it, and that's it, really.
Yeah.
Well, they weren't keen to put me in touch, so yeah.
No,
Mm.
no, it's I know it's like I said, I was working with a TV, well, production studio, Renegade Motion Pictures, and
Mm.
the I was in contact with a lot of people. I mean, David Carradine,
Mm.
worked with him. Actually worked with him on his very last full production
Mm.
film, Autumn, which is by the British author David Moody. And there was a lot of British actors involved. I mean, whatchamacallit, holy crap. Oh, I can't even think of his name right now.
I was watching David Carradine today on Big Man Stan or something.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Big Stan or something like that. Yeah.
And
Company.
interesting character, man.
Yeah.
I just remember, we had finished, we had wrapped up his portion of the shooting, and before he had left, we finished up his stuff, and then we went to this pub, this bar. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and they had a deal with the owner. The owner would stay open and serve food and drinks and so on and so on. And I remember going in there and sitting down with David and a whole bunch of people, like the director and the producers and all that kind of shit. And we're sitting at the table just shooting the shit. And then I remember, we finished eating, and David had gone up to the bar, and I went up to grab another beer, and he's sitting at the bar, and he asked the bartender for a couple shots of gin and a beer. And we're just talking, and he goes, I just he pulls out this fucking out of his shirt pocket, this fucking wad handful of fucking meds. Because you got to remember, the guy was I think he was like 78
Yeah.
years old. And he goes, fuck, I got the chaser, right? So he downs these fucking meds, 2 shots of gin, and just downs the beer. I'm like, wow, okay, interesting. And then right after that, he had he was married. He had his 2 youngest kids, Max, and I forget his daughter's name. Max was only like fucking 12 years old. And here he is, 78. But he goes down to the floor, and there's a piano. He goes over to, and I wish I had the video for this. This is such a classic.
He went to
He's
play.
he sits down at the piano, and he starts, just tuning in, playing, and all of a sudden he goes, a famous band out of California wrote this song with me in mind, right? And he started playing the Eagles' Desperado, and he started singing it and playing it. And I'm like, hey, this is, you don't ever get this kind of shit.
No,
Never.
no.
Never. I mean, this is just classic shit.
Wow.
And of course, after he'd finished that, he flew out. And next thing you know, he fucking, obviously dies. He's killed in the Philippines or whatever, Thailand or whatever the fuck it was. It's fucking too bad.
Did he die in the?
I think he took
I
his
heard
life.
a weird rumor that he kind of like ended up having auto-asphyxia.
Yeah.
erotic-
He was found in a closet. He was found in somewhere in I think it was Thailand or something.
Oh, it was
Unfortunate-
over there,
yeah.
was it? Oh,
Yeah,
right. I didn't realize it was out there.
Philippines or
Yeah.
Thailand, one of the two, and I know, or Malaysia, or one of them. And
Oh,
I remember hearing that he was really, really deep in the whole gambling scene in that area, and he was in debt quite a bit with some shady people. And I think that he didn't actually audio fix, but he actually was killed. I mean, that's what they're kind of saying, but I don't know, whatever. It was shady.
Because he made the 2 Kill Bill movie. He
Yeah.
did that movie.
That was before. That was before Autumn.
Yeah, that's it. He did get the 2 Kill Bills. He
Yeah.
did Autumn. And Autumn was his last.
Autumn was his last full
Yeah.
production film.
Yeah.
He had started working on another set, but they didn't finish the film because of it. But the other actor who was in there was Dexter Fletcher. I don't know if you're familiar with Dexter Fletcher. But he's Band of Brothers. He was in Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. And he's directed a few films. He directed Eddie the Eagle, in fact.
all right.
Yeah, Dexter Fletcher. really unique.
When you'll see his face, you'll say, "Oh yeah,
Yeah. You see his face.
The kind of guy you'll say his name, you don't when
recognizable.
Oh yeah, no, I know this guy. Yeah, fucking
Yeah.
totally. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in it.
Wow.
He was in the movie too. Super nice guy.
He was in a movie I watched earlier on called The Below.
The Below. Okay, yeah.
The Below,
which was David Twohy directed it.
Yeah. He's done a lot of stuff. And now he's I don't think he's acting as much anymore. He's more behind the camera. He's directing a lot. More so now. I think he enjoys doing that more than acting. So maybe he's still acting. I don't know. I really don't know. And they brought him in for Rocket Man too. He Rennie Harlan, I believe it was, that was originally linked to I could be wrong, I don't know, but they didn't like the direction of how Rocket Man was going, so they brought him in to finish it off and polish it up. And so
I think it's Elton John actually, that when he saw that, he said, no, that's not me.
Well, I don't know. It wasn't they didn't like the directions, but so they brought in Dexter Fletcher to finish off the movie. And
there lots of actors that we saw like late 90s, early 2000s, and now they're more behind the camera than in front of the camera.
Yeah.
Michael Rappaport, we saw him in a couple of good movies, but now he's like more behind, like directing. And
I think he's got more of a presence on fucking TikTok now.
Yeah, no.
I know he was very vocal about the whole Mike Tyson Paul fucking fight. That abolishment.
Show. I call it a show.
Yeah.
The only good fight that was during that
the women's fight.
That was the women's fight.
Yeah.
And she got stolen.
Yeah. Exactly.
It was a robbery in life.
Highway robbery.
Yep.
Highway robbery. We'll go for few more minutes, and then I'm gonna call it quits.
4 hours.
4 hours, yeah. Fuck it.
Yeah, we're definitely getting there.
Yeah.
I was just gonna go get some more beers, but if you're finishing soon, I probably won't then, yeah.
I'll probably go for another 12 more minutes or so. Whatever. Just make it a full 4 hours, I suppose.
Get another fucking couple of beers then. Right, all right. I'll get some more beers. Right. I'll be back. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it's I love sitting down and watching some of the old Canadian fucking movies. Like, Going Down the Road is classic. That's a classic flick. You ever seen that movie?
Going Down the Road.
You know the skit that you just played from the SCTV?
Yeah. Oh,
that's in tribute to that movie.
Oh.
Couple guys from Newfoundland. They come to Toronto, get jobs, and find out life is not as easy as they think it is.
Okay.
Right.
I just saw the skit and I never knew.
Yeah, that's based on the movie Going Down the Road.
Oh.
Such a great movie.
I'm not really I don't know really like old Canadian productions.
Yeah.
Like Quebec movies, like old ones. I know a couple because I've seen a couple.
Yeah.
I'm lacking in that side of my movie screening, the good old like Canadian production and stuff like that. I'll have to.
Yeah, it's there's some really cool flicks, man. Some really, really unique ones. I mean, for the most part, they're just piece of Canadiana, that when somebody watches it, they're like, oh, I don't really get this. And
that's is it like kind of dramatic kind of movie? Is it like
Going Down the
comedy?
Going down the road.
Going down the road, yeah.
It's sort of a mix of comedy, drama. Yeah, like I mean,
Okay,
it's
okay.
it's literally a coming of age sort of movie. Like these guys, from a small town on the East Coast, and they want to move to the big city in Toronto, and get jobs and meet girls, and that all happens, but they find that it's not as lucrative as they thought it would be.
Yeah, yeah.
You
The
know,
only movie like English speaking Canadian movies that I've seen are probably like the Trailer Park Boys, like movies they made. Um, probably stuff like in relations with like more humorous things.
well, yeah,
No,
I mean
actually,
that,
the
yeah.
the movie they made about Terry Fox, that was
Hmm.
a Canadian Anglophone production, and
Yeah.
I still watch that production because well, we all know that story, and it touches us like really really close.
Well, yeah. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, there's some pretty unique
I didn't know that was going to happen.
Oh, The Lost Boys, Michael, The Lost Boys. That's a classic.
yeah, it's a classic flick.
That's a freaking classic.
Kiefer
And
Sutherland.
Kiefer Sutherland. Yeah.
I heard, and that's not it's done. I heard that they're making the Goonies 2. It's the
Yeah.
original movie, the original cast, but it's their children.
Oh fuck.
But
I
the
mean,
original cast are in there, like the guy that was the original. Now he's now a little bit rounder, but
a little bit rounder.
yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, they're like taking all their roles back and uh, kind
No.
of like a new adventure. So that I find this pretty cool. But kind of
Silver Bullet's a good movie. Stephen King's Silver Bullet. Fuck,
Mm.
that's really
Oi,
good.
the
dog's back at me now.
original Stephen King, just the original Pet Cemetery. That that's a classic.
Yeah, Goonies. Yeah,
Horror
Pet
classic.
Cemetery.
yeah.
Yeah,
Did
Pet
you say
Cemetery.
cat cemetery?
Pet
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 Cemetery.
Cemetery.
Pet
Pet
Cemetery.
Cemetery, the first one.
Yeah,
The Goonies, the classic.
yeah,
That's the
Now,
first
Goonies.
cat,
one.
cat cemetery, that's something that most people could say, like, yeah, absolutely brilliant. Yeah. Get more
Mhm.
cats and get more dead cats.
Yeah.
Kill, murder all fucking pussies.
uh, yeah, Goonies. God, I haven't seen that.
Oh,
It's like Gremlins. Same thing. I haven't
oh,
seen that in fucking eons, man. The first Gremlins.
I you know what series I just finished? I just
What?
finished watching Breaking Bad for the first time.
Oh,
Oh,
classic.
great.
Classic.
Yeah, like everything until the end. Until now, I'm watching one of the spin-offs. I'm watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, I
Mm.
finished that off.
Oh, yeah.
That's another classic.
To be honest, I enjoyed Better Call Saul more than Breaking Bad.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
It did. I liked it too. I did. I did.
I'm just at season 1, episode 3, but I
Mm.
want to watch the other spin-off with Jesse, like
Mm.
after,
That
like
was okay. It was
yeah,
okay, but
I just finished
you
Breaking
have to
Bad.
watch. Yeah, you have to
Yeah.
watch it to get a better understanding of the full scope. But you know what I'm watching? What I just finished off? I'm like, holy fuck, this is great. Is the Penguin?
Mm.
Oh
I fucking
yeah,
really enjoyed that, man.
Mm. Mm.
and I
You
heard
know,
that you went through really painstaking makeup
I wouldn't doubt it, man.
sessions.
I wouldn't doubt it. And I was never a DC guy growing up when I was a kid. When I was a kid, it was always Marvel.
Marvel, yeah.
But I did like some DC stuff. But I'm like, fucking the Penguin. I always thought was hilarious. But
Mm.
wow, they did an amazing job. I really really enjoyed that series.
I watched Deadpool and Wolverine the other day with my kids. I laughed. I
Yeah,
laughed, man. It's so it's hilarious. It's funny.
yeah,
It's not serious. It's Deadpool, but like you just throw Wolverine in the mix. But it's a good movie though. It's a good movie. It's really well made. The CGI, it's whoa, just insane, but pretty good movie.
Hey Barry, how are you? Thanks for joining, bud.
Hey Barry.
Yeah, it's the Penguin. Yeah, that I was really I kept hearing the hype. I kept hearing it.
Mm.
Hey,
So
it's a good show. Got to check it out. And I'm like, the Penguin. I don't really care, but kind of like the Joker, right? The first Joker movie. I'm like,
the,
wow.
I liked it.
Oh yeah, it was great. The second one just blows chunks, but I mean,
I haven't seen the new Menage a
oh,
Trois. I haven't seen it.
don't even bother. It's horrible.
Well, yeah,
If you-
people told me like it's like a
It's a
fucking
musical
a musical. Yeah,
with Lady Gaga.
yeah.
If you like sort of childish humor, as I guess you do, because I'm kind
Yeah.
of guessing, sort of, yeah,
Right.
yeah. Have you seen Strays?
No, I don't think I have Strays.
Strays.
No.
Oh, fucking brilliant!
Yeah.
It's like it's real, sort of dogs, but they're sort of obviously a bit of CGI
Oh
involved.
yeah.
It's got
Okay,
Will
I know.
Ferrell involved, and
Yeah.
but it's very childish. It's brilliant, and they don't miss a beat on sort of like pissing, shitting, all sorts of like dirty sex jokes. It's like
Have you
it's
seen
all over it. Yeah.
Have you seen Sausage Party?
Mm.
It's a
No.
cartoon.
Yeah. Somebody was saying. Yeah, I remember somebody saying that. Yeah.
I've seen it with my girlfriend. We were laughing so hard, it's like everything. He's like, "What the hell? Don't show the kids."
Yeah. Yeah, I think you like Strays. If you
Oh my! I
yeah.
will. I'll watch that.
Yeah, if you like Wolverine and all that, yeah.
What's that movie with Melissa McCarthy? They're like the Muppets are like living in the real world. It's like Murder at Muppet Land, something like that.
I don't know.
Oh.
No, what?
When I think of Muppets, I think of a good movie. I think of Peter Jackson's Meet the Feebles.
I was going to say Meet the Feebles. I was literally thinking of Meet
Such
the
a
Feebles.
classic
Yeah.
fucking
No,
movie.
but that one, the one I'm talking about, it's like the Muppets are getting high on sugar. It's
High
like
on
their
sugar.
drugs, it's sugar.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah,
once
the Doug
she
Christie,
goes,
that was
she
great.
goes in in an alley, and you got those Muppets, but they're
Yeah.
prostitutes, and like, you want a good time, honey? I'm a woman.
Hey,
I can do scissors. It's like,
have
but
you, Jeff? Have you ever seen Meet the Feebles?
no.
Oh my God, check it out.
Yeah.
Meet the Feebles. Peter Jackson's Meet the Feebles. You gotta check it out.
Yeah.
It's fucking hilarious.
I'll check on YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah. Such a classic.
because I got beer and she hasn't got no beer. You haven't got no beer. You ain't got no beer. You want the beer, did you? You want the beer? You got no beer.
It's like hippopotamus.
Oh, dude, it's like the Muppets on crack.
Oh
Literally,
yeah,
literally.
I got the trailer right here. Wait. I'll back it up. All right. We'll put the trailer for the 1989. I'll watch it with you guys.
We'll get done
Oh,
with
come
it.
on, it's too loud. Come on.
Yeah, I can't play it, Jeff, because they'll ding me with that one.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah, with Meet the Feeble, yeah, they're fucking
Can't.
pricks.
No, not have. No.
Hold on.
No beer.
So, you want to join the Feebles?
Oh, rather.
Meet the Feebles.
The movie that began as family entertainment, but went horribly wrong.
You got any smack?
The film the authorities tried to stop.
Oh, what white
The story that rocked the puppet world.
This is a family show, for Christ's sake.
Sex.
I'm hot, Fletch, but not the way you think.
Drugs. Animal husbandry.
Why did you bring it here? It's not mine. You know it's not.
We'll let the court decide that, shall we? Garden of love.
Meet the Feebles turns the cabbage patch into the killing fields.
Sunny little sand hopper
It's
basking in the sun. Yeah, hopping has lots of fun. I bet the sand landed in that hollow side.
It's
Sand
thrilling.
sitting by the rock. Whatever
It's contagious.
It's the big one, Harry.
No, it can't be. I've taken precautions.
Corruption.
Barry, do me a line.
Lust.
Feeling shy. Are you Fletch?
Light romance. From the director of Bad Taste.
You realize you were sitting on its face?
No, that was a bit uncomfortable. But I thought it was my hemorrhoid. Please, God. I know I've been a bad bunny, but if you make me
Nothing
well again,
is sacred. Meet the Feebles is about to be released on you.
Peter Jackson made that.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God.
I tell you what comes across very, very much in that is like, you know, his early, was it
Bad Taste.
Bad Taste, and then
Dead
the one that
Alive.
came after, you know,
Dead
like
Alive.
Dead, Dead Alive,
Yeah.
you know, the zombie sort
Yeah.
of like flick. I tell you what comes across from all those movies is the lighting.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's like documentary style lighting.
Yeah.
It's fucking, it's just really cheap, like frontal lighting.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
It's hilarious.
And me that I thought that Team America was like.
Oh no! Fuck man, Team America's hilarious, but damn, you know what? Meet the Feebles. It's fucking bizarre, but it's fucking so hilarious.
Oh man, and the whole movie is on YouTube. I think, oh man, I never laughed so hard since I watched fucking Delirious with Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Try to watch the whole fucking sketch in one take without stopping it to wipe your eyes or just because you have cramps. It's so funny. It's like joke after joke after joke after joke, and it's like it doesn't give you a moment to breathe.
That's crazy, man.
Oh my God. Oh.
All right, guys. I'm gonna.
Well, before you go, I'm just gonna check. Have you seen Mongrels?
I think I have, but I can't remember it. Why do I remember that movie?
Mongrels is not a movie; it's a TV series, BBC TV series. It's brilliant.
Oh no! Okay, no, I
Puppets.
haven't.
I love adult puppets.
Oh yeah. Mongrels. I'll have to.
Mongrels.
Really Steven just wrote Monty Python.
Oh, Monty Python's classic.
Me, it's the Monty Python, the meaning of life.
Yeah, the meaning of life.
That is one of my best movies, especially with the big fat man in the restaurant.
Oh yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just one wafer thin mint.
Yeah, wafer thin. Yeah.
Give me a bucket.
Classic, man. Classic.
I think I put a little video out actually. If for only for people who'd understand where Mongrels came from, I put a video out saying like, you know, There's a fox in Bristol. It was like literally coming up to me, and I was like, Nelson, is that you, Nelson? Nelson, what are you doing here, Nelson? It was like, it was fucking, because it's Bristol,
Yeah.
and Mongrels was made in Bristol,
Okay.
and if you know the series, it's
I'll have to look at it. Yeah,
it's
Mongrels.
really good. Yeah, it's a sort of sexually challenged fox in a world of other animals.
Oh my God, it's Muppets. I got it right here. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God, Series 2, Episode 4. I'm a XXX song. That's Mongrel song.
Oh, there's a song in Mongrels. It's like it's called "Fuck the Chickens."
Yeah,
right. That's one of their songs. Yeah. It's like, they're not from this country. They spread the disease. Da, 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 da.
Squirrel.
All the chickens are the scourge of the nation. Fuck the chickens. Fuck them like they be gone. Fuck the chickens. Fuck them all the way to Hong Kong.
Grim, yeah, Grim. I love that. I love that series. Grim was really cool. That was another good series. Grim. I enjoyed that.
I was gonna say to you earlier on, I said like all these people like people watching. I watch people like as if I'm watching an episode of Grimm.
Grim, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, that looks like it's a rat race. He looks like he's a rat. He looks like he's a monkey. He looks like he's a stoat. He looks like he's a fucking badger. What the fuck? That's how I watch people. I'm like, they're these are not people. These are fucking animals in human form masquerading. They've got fucking cloaking filters on.
I was pissed. I really liked that show, man.
Yeah, it didn't go on long enough.
No, should have lasted longer. It's too bad.
Yeah.
Oh well, guys. It's been a blast. Great convo. And next Friday night, Matt, remember, we've got Carl from Dark Arts TV coming on with Melissa Paranormal too.
You're luckier than me. Jesus Christ, I can't get these stars on my show.
Fuck it, yeah, well,
no, you know them personally.
Yeah. We get Matt on. Matt comes on. What are you talking about?
Oh God. They're hard to get. Maybe because they think because you're out of the country they can get away with it. You see, but they can't get away with it in country.
Oh,
that's what it is. Yeah.
I'll be in the chat. Don't worry.
Yeah. All right, guys. Have a good one and thanks. Take care, guys. Everybody in chat. Thanks, and we'll see you Sunday night with Friday House. Will be with us on the Friday night show. I mean Saturday night show, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Take care, guys.
Cheers. Bye.
Later.
Bye.